It's the go. Cut, you killing them.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy.
Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal.
Exes ain't the same no more, don't give a fuck about they name no more.
Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 I'm from the hood, I'm still waking up my people.
That's right.
When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us.
How you gonna refute that? How?
Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us.
Peace to all American Aborigines. Supreme Chief Holidays in the building. Say peace to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. It's the GOAT. Little GOAT talk tonight, you guys. Appreciate everybody, man, when we tapped in. Shout out DJ Cut Tack Mocan, audio visual production. Fire Beats production, man. Tap in, man. You got this production, man. Hit your boy up, chiefholiday@gmail.com. Appreciate everybody tapping in, man. Real shit. Oh, it's flying solo right now, you guys. Probably gonna be over up a little bit, man. This is my perspective on some stuff. But we're gonna be gonna get the audio on Dave Chappelle Saturday Night Live monologue last night. I think it was really interesting. It's about 15 minutes, man. I'm just gonna say off the top, man. It's GOAT talk. Dave Chappelle is the GOAT of this shit, man. He's the GOAT comedian, man. Dave Chappelle, man. I gotta take my hat off to that brother, man. Real talk. You guys are gonna see, man. If you haven't seen it, man, we're gonna get into that. We ain't gonna waste too much time, though, man. Just want to say shout out to everybody, man. Thank you guys for tapping in. It's the GOAT. Peace to everybody, man. We really appreciate you all. Say Rick Rolled. Shout out to Rick Rolled. Truth said, Fat Chappelle scratched my head. Dude had balls back in the day. Leave them come crawling back to the industry, and now he is basically the industry's bitch. Sheesh. Shout out to Rick Roll. Hey, man, it's a perspective, man. Hey, Rick, all perspectives are welcome over here, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Lou Era Grassroots. Pete Dirty. St. Louis is in the building. Ergo. You already know Mr. Miyagi. AKA the greatest of all motherfucking time. Let's go. Just a little bit, y'all. Just a little bit. I don't know if it's too loud. Y'all can hear me. Just a little bit. Y'all don't mind. Yeah, man. Thank you all for tapping in, man. So, yeah, man. Like I said, I had a couple things on my mind, man. I've been seeing, you know. I think we're gonna have to get into that as well. It's gonna kind of bring everything home. What we talking about, man? We're talking about the ADL, man. This gold black character. We're gonna have to examine some stuff he said, man. I don't know if you guys heard this clip of him and Nick Cannon. But there was some other things. We're gonna go back a little further. About 4 years ago, he had Mark Zuckerberg was feeling a certain type of way about censoring Facebook, right? And it was interesting as you know, he said what he said, but then it was Keith. You know what I'm saying? The Gold Black guy, the CEO, whoever, over the ADL, that's the Anti-Defamation League, right? And we went over that a few days ago. You guys know about that and what they're about. And but you guys might not really know what they're about. So we're gonna get into that tonight as well, man. Oh man, like it's just hey, we be able to walk on a fine line when it comes to their censorship. You know what I'm saying? But we're gonna walk all the way to the line. Y'all know we do. We might cross a little bit, but it's okay. Let's go. Shout out to DJ Cut Tack, man, the best to do it. But yeah, man, this is really, really interesting, you guys. Y'all gotta check this out, man. So I'm gonna get this together. We're gonna cue this up. I'm just gonna get right into this Dave Chappelle, man. And we're gonna kind of break down not only the video and what he was talking about in his monologue. And then we're gonna break down some other stuff. You know, like I said, we're gonna get into the ADL and what they were created for, man. It was really interesting, man. When you hear the story about the ADL, man, it's really interesting, man. We're gonna break all this down, man, and what this stuff means. But we're gonna have some new conversations for them. Hey, and I don't know if you guys, man, caught that UFC 281 last night. God damn! Hey, man, that was one of the best ones, man, I've seen in a long time, man. I just gotta say that, man. Shout out to DJ Cut Tack, man. Pay-per-view thing, jumping off, man. It was dope, man. Shout out to everybody that came through and participated in that, man. It was super dope, man. So we're gonna be doing a lot more of those, man. So, man, just tap in, man. It's the GOAT. Shout out to the community, man. Shout out to everybody, man, to do this work, man. So back to Facebook, right? Zuckerberg. So, I want to give it up. Do I want to play that first? I think we should go in the chronological order then. Before we get to No. We need some more people up in here for this Dave Chappelle, man. Y'all gonna have to share this thing out, man. I know y'all chilling after Sunday school and church services, man. Yes, and watching the game and stuff, man. Y'all gonna have to share this out tonight when we play this Dave Chappelle, man. Cause yeah, man, y'all gonna have to. So we're gonna have to get into the Gold Black and the Facebook joint with because this really means something, man. You guys can kind of understand what's going on and how they're pressuring companies, and we're gonna break that down as well because once again, it just shows the collusion and the coercion and the bullying tactics and stuff, and they're hiding behind. We're gonna call it Leo Frankenism. Excuse me, y'all. It's a GOAT. Appreciate everybody, man. People anywhere else, y'all tapped in, man. Maurice Miller in the building. Maguzu. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate everybody sharing this, man. Salute. So getting back to this, like I said, we're gonna go ahead and cue up this clip from about 4 years ago. Mark Zuckerberg was, you know, like I said, I don't want to give it up, but you guys can see, you know, how guy, people, how the ADL, how they press people. You'd be like, well, we went through the ADL and what they were talking about, but I think we're gonna have to get into who these people really are, and how they were started, and why they were started, and what's the whole background and stuff. Because that way you get a little bit more clarity on who you're dealing with, as opposed to just this unseen group. Because if you're unseen, then you can be untouchable. You understand? Everybody's, oh, they're untouchable. This, that. Ah, yeah. But it's really interesting, man. Bronze Flat Power God is in the building. Who's that? Bob Bell. What up, dude? Press GOAT to be truly descended from the greatest human beings in world history, and put it number one beside that, because you are number one. Hey, man, we're gonna keep pressing the gas, man. Real talk. Appreciate everybody, man, on this good Sunday. Some of this good food, man. Yeah, so let's get 1 second, guys. Right back. Shout out to all American Aborigines, man. Appreciate you guys tapping in, man. Do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend, tell another friend, man. You're tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time. See PG in the building. East Side 1415. It's Miss Me 13. Peace to the guys, man. Like I said, man, it's gonna be it's gonna be an interesting show, man. We're gonna try to, like I said, we're only gonna try to go to audio on this, on some of this stuff, man, because like I said, be a lot of restrictions when it comes to getting out the truth, and I think that's really interesting because it's all about the truth, man. That's all we're here for, man. It's for the truth. We're not here to hurt anybody, man. We're not here to go against anybody, man. So shout out to everybody, man. It's just for the truth, justice, and the American way. So shout out to all the Americans out there, man. Press go. Let's get to it, man. Yeah, like I said, y'all, I just think it's really interesting, man. Real talk. A lot of times, man, you know, we don't want to identify, but we have to identify. And once again, if you don't, a lot of the times the key to these people's power is not mentioning, not knowing who's who. And at this point, it's so I don't know, I can't say it's so overwhelming because once again, as you see, we're the power. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's an interesting thing. Now, I thought it was interesting as well that hold on a second. Hey man, you know what I'm gonna do, man? I'm gonna put the link in the chat room, man. Chop it up with some of these guys, man. Yeah, man, I'm digging up this video, you guys. Man. I'm a little technical difference, man. Hold on 1 second, you guys. Like I said, man, like, share, subscribe, man. It's gonna be an interesting video, man, you guys, man. You know we're gonna be breaking this shit down, man. We're gonna get to the bottom of this thing, man. But you know, when you looking into the stuff, man, when you're looking into this, man, it gets real weird, man. So got some interesting content. Like I said, I'm only gonna go with the audio on this on the Dave Chappelle joint for a few obvious reasons, man. But as well as this Zuckerberg joint right here. So hold on 1 second, you guys, man. Links in the chat room. Gonna get it together, man. Peace, everybody, man. Check out the music. Y'all enjoying the music. So we still ain't got no nobody took the DJ Cut Tack beat challenge, man. Nobody took that, man. Really interesting, man. I'm gonna say, wake up, wake up, wake up. It's time. It's 2 a.m. somewhere in the world, man. We are 2am.com, man. Tap in, man. It's the holiday season, man. Get y'all some Aboriginal drip, man. Real shit. Support the Aboriginal businesses, American businesses, man. Let's make ancient America great again. How about that? Shout out to Maga. Hey, man, peace to everybody, man. Hey, we got some comedy for y'all tonight too, man. So y'all gotta hear this shit. This shit is funny. So I like getting people attention. So I'm like Candyman, but you only gotta say my name one time. I'm gonna hop out on you. So I'm gonna get his brother the attention that he's looking for tonight. I'm not gonna put his name in the timeline because he don't need that much attention. However, I'm gonna give him a little attention tonight, man. So we're gonna have a little fun, man. So shout out to everybody, man. Y'all tap in, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. You already know, man. It's the GOAT. Let's get to it, man. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Okay, I'm back, yeah. It's Miss Me, 13 in the building. Peace, Empress.
Peace.
Yeah, I actually found another video on CNBC with old Gold Black talking about Zuckerberg from a year ago. So we're gonna get into that. How you doing this evening?
I'm well. I'm great. How are you?
Yeah, man. I don't know if you got any reaction to anything I was saying so far, anything to add to it before we this video up.
No, I'm just ready to watch.
I'm sorry, what you say?
I said, no, I'm just ready to watch.
Okay. That's what's up. Man, shout out to everybody who's listening. Sagittarius Jones is in the building. The Thompson's Goddess. Yaya's kids. Peace to the guys, man. Yeah, man, we're gonna get a little music tonight, a little comedy. We'll have a good time, man. Hold on 1 second.
What kind of music you listening to tonight? Let's finish. What's y'all talking about?
What was I say?
I said, what kind of music you listening to tonight? What everybody's talking about?
No, we're gonna. Yeah, I think we're gonna. We might play a couple videos. You mind sharing the screen? Are you in a position to do that?
I don't mind at all.
Okay. Well, yeah, I still on the monologue for Dave Chappelle. I think we're just gonna still just play the audio on that. Cause I don't think that NBC or whatever is gonna. I think they'll trip on that, so we just mess with the audio on that and see how that goes. But I think it was really interesting what Dave Chappelle was saying, so we're gonna play that a little later. But we got a video right now. Like I said, I wanted to kind of let people know who we're dealing with when we talk about the ADL, and also we got another video I think everybody needs to see, man, when it comes to the origin of the ADL. It's gonna blow y'all mind, man. So we're just gonna say that, man. Hopefully we can find part 2 of it, man. But part 1 is gonna blow y'all goddamn mind, man. So we're gonna have to stop. We got to start calling it what it is, man. Leo Frankenism. Shout out to the CEO, man. We digging up some jewels around this bitch. So yeah, man, we're gonna talk about a few things tonight too, man. It's go talk, man. So we're gonna get it together, man. But yeah, I got that in the private chat. First video you want to pull up. I guess I haven't seen it, so we're gonna get a reaction video to old Gold Black and the ADL and they're bullying and what they're doing. Cause seen another clip, man. This guy, man, we're gonna run a couple clips, man. This guy's really are arrogant in how they move, man. But I think when people know where they are, man, we start pulling back the unveiling the mask, you know what I'm saying, on these people, man. I think it'll just bring it home a little bit more, you know what I mean? So I think we gotta pay attention to that, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Tap there, man. It's a go. Like it's Miss Me in the building. I'm gonna turn this music up to you, man. I gotta hear this. I gotta hear this shit. This shit crazy. Yeah, man, fair use, you guys. Let's just get to it. Yeah, I think you gotta unmute your mic. Yeah, we can't hear it. Yeah, it's Miss Me. You gotta unmute your mic.
Okay, I got
Yeah.
it. Sorry about that.
Out over we saw a slew of reports come out over the weekend about a number of researchers who were working at Facebook who were saying, apparently internally, that Facebook was not doing enough to prevent some of the content around the insurrection, around some of the issues during the election. Did you read that and say to yourself, this is A, persuasive, and B, so persuasive that the government can and should and will regulate them in a way that they haven't thus far?
Well, thank you for having me on this morning, Andrew. And I guess what I would say to start, because I've been on your show a few times, the news is certainly shocking, but not really surprising. We've been saying now for years that Facebook needed to put people over profits. And we've been talking about on this show their unwillingness to deal with the extremism and hate that really has made Facebook a super spreader of the virus of misinformation for years. Now what we know is that Facebook's own employees were saying the same, despite the protestations of Mark Zuckerberg and other people in management. We now know that some 4,000 hate groups that they had identified as extremists and needed to be banned were still up on the platform. We now know that when they created test accounts to see whether or not misinformation was a problem, in less than 48 hours, they were inundated with QAnon content. And we now know that Facebook's own employees on their internal message boards, as you were saying, were stunned at the fact that management wasn't doing more and essentially lying to the public about the role of Facebook groups and their other products in facilitating the insurrection. I mean, for a long time, we've talked about the miracle of big tech, but big tech looks more and more like big tobacco. And for Mark Zuckerberg, who I think wants to be seen as the next Steve Jobs, Andrew, he's really the next Joe Camel, because the lying and the obfuscation really calls to mind what we saw from decades and decades when big tobacco lied and misled the public about their own internal studies. That's the metaphor. And again, if you go back to big tobacco, what we know is they had to pay out hundreds of billions of dollars in fines because, again, they misled the public. Or even, look at Purdue Pharma, when it was revealed that they knew that their opioid products were addictive and still marketed them. The company was dissolved and then had to pay billions of fines as well. That's the metaphor.
I want Kevin to jump in here because there are some folks who may push back on the analogy to big tobacco or to a Purdue. Kevin, do you?
This narrative blaming Facebook for all the ills in society is somewhere between comic and absurd. The company doesn't get up in the morning figuring out how to destroy society. That's just a joke. The truth is, and I have a question, this constant barrage of whistleblowers, who is setting these people up? When you become a whistleblower, let's talk about that fact. You turn your resume into radioactive waste. You no longer have a career, and you do it for money. Somebody pays you, either the government in some cases, but I don't see that here. And how do you get to Congress and other jurisdictions in front of politicians who use you as clickbait on your own? I think it's time, this is my personal opinion, I am a shareholder of Facebook, that the company push back hard. This is ridiculous. No more, excuses about this. No more apologies. Let's find out who these people are and who's doing this, because at the end of the day, and I keep pointing this out to politicians and other people in business, the core of American small business, particularly coming out of the pandemic, is Facebook. I have countless investments where 50+% of the digital spend is on Facebook. It is saving American business and 2/3 of jobs.
I'm not going to play Jonathan's role here, but I do want to ask, is there anything that troubled you in those reports at all in terms of the information that was learned about what took place, both with the algorithm in terms of being able to put people onto QAnon, some of the posting groups that seem to be behind the insurrection and questions about the election? Are you not troubled by that at all?
Are you talking about Facebook or every single social media platform? Twitter, LinkedIn, everybody. This debate around what happens on social media in politics, hate groups, and everything else is not unique to Facebook. If you want to change policy here, you set policy for the entire industry. You want to do that, go ahead. And then we get into the debate about freedom of speech and everything else. My point is this focus on Facebook bashing is only happening because it's the largest, most successful social media package in the world. Billions of users that are now very important to small business in America. 66% of our jobs are some way tied to small business.
Right.
Small business uses Facebook. So look, you bring up a great point, and you should be concerned, but it is not unique to Facebook. It just isn't. It's every social media program.
Shepard Smith here. Thanks for watching CNBC on YouTube.
So, okay, so we're just building a case right now, right? So, ADL, right? Of course, you see they could bring in shareholders of Facebook. Obviously, y'all know who that dude was, Kevin O'Leary, Shark Tank, and what he do. Basically, instead of focusing on what's been done wrong, which I never heard, I still haven't heard. Here's what's wrong. This is what they're saying is wrong. Okay, and then we should be able to debate what they're saying was wrong. But what they're doing is using metaphors. Once again, he turned around and said, "Oh, it's metaphor for smoking, metaphor for big pharma, and they are benefiting from smoking in big pharma." These conversations that be had, I'll be listening, just like, we're listening to the actual villain, the actual culprits, telling everybody else that they're not the ones, right? And y'all think it's a joke? Oh, okay. Really? This is what we're gonna do? All right. Well, guess what? I know y'all want to hear David Chappelle. I got you, but y'all got to see this right here. Y'all got to see what's going on with ADL. We're not gonna waste no more time. Y'all got to get to this because we're gonna have to unveil these guys right here. Y'all got to see this Leo Frankenism that's going on, and why I'm calling it Leo Frankenism. And they try to call it whatever, but it's actually Leo Frankenism. Okay. And you guys are going to see why it's called Leo Frankenism, why we call it Leo Frankenism, because that's what they're giving us, the old Leo Frankenism. You know what I'm saying? Giving us the old Leo Frank. Okay? No pun intended. Okay, so this is what's going on. This video right here, it's in the back chat. It's crazy. It's unrealistic. When you talk about this group right here. Go ahead, sis.
It looks like the same one that you sent me. It's duplicate of the first one. Or is it the same one?
It isn't supposed to be. That's crazy. Hold on a second. Let me check it out. Okay, that's the right one. It's a Twitter feed.
Okay, I got it. I'm loading it up right now.
So you guys, yeah, like I said, this is gonna speak for itself, and then we can talk about this, man. Like some links in the chat room, put it back in there, man. We're gonna break some of this stuff down, but also, you know, we got information, man. Like I said, Sunday night heavyweight jam, man. Right now, Dave Chappelle edition. You guys see this Dave Chappelle. Like I said, this is really interesting, but knowing what we know, and then once we hear the comedy, it kind of put it all together, right? You kind of understand. Then we're going to break down some history that is undeniable, okay? Undeniable, and it just kind of gives us, you know, in order for us to solve some problems, you got to get to the origin of the problem. And we have to reverse engineer what has happened. And a lot of times what we don't know, that we're still socially pushing things that was either never happened or no longer exist, and we still push it socially, which it's still, whether it's legal or not, we still socially acquiesce to it, which by default goes into legal stuff and everything. We just acquiesce to it, right? We talk about taxes. We talk about just certain things that we have to have. Well, they make us have that we shouldn't have to have, especially as first Americans. You know what I mean? So that's how I look at it. This is an interesting video, you guys. Let's get right into it.
The Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith is an organization that seeks to defend the Jewish people from any criticism, but many people do not know why the ADL was formed. This story starts in 1913.
Fair use.
The president of B'nai B'rith's Atlanta chapter raped and murdered a 13-year-old worker, Mary Fagan, in the pencil factory where he was a superintendent. He tried to blame a black janitor for the crime, but all the evidence pointed to Frank. The ADL formed in 1913 to protect Frank from anti-Semitism, but he was found guilty in 1915. Frank's lawyers appealed, but failed. Then Frank's powerful friends got Georgia Governor Sladen to commute his death sentence to life imprisonment, which outraged the public. A mob formed, broke Frank out of jail, and lynched him. The ADL got Frank a posthumous pardon in 1986 and placed the first national anti-lynching memorial at the Leo Frank Memorial site. They continue to protect Jewish criminals from justice to this day. That's their mission. Hey internet friends, have you ever felt like our reality has been flipped upside down? Why is there such a massive distinction between what we're taught in school, what we're told by the media, and the truth we uncover through our own journey? Have you ever noticed that seconds, hours, decades, and centuries tick by on the clock, yet some moments get stuck there between the gears? Over a century ago, in my hometown of Atlanta, Georgia, a girl was murdered, and with her body, the truth was buried. Whether by chance or by design, the void was filled with something else entirely, something that became a legal allegory of sorts, one shrouded in controversy. With the passage of time, facts were watered down and the past was all but erased, only accessible to those who knew exactly where to look, which is why we're all here now. Like a phoenix from the ashes of Sherman's march to the sea, Atlanta sprung forth as the gateway to the New South, attracting a diverse array of businesses and workers to Georgia's capital. One of these workers was former farm girl, 13-year-old Mary Fagan, who had recently been laid off at the National Pencil Company, then managed by 29-year-old Superintendent Leo Frank, a man of German Jewish descent who grew up in New York, eventually graduating from Cornell University, and traveled throughout Europe to learn the ways of business. Though he journeyed south only a few years prior to implement his European lessons, Frank made fast friends within his community, becoming president of the Atlanta chapter of B'nai B'rith, which is much like a Masonic society but strictly for Jewish folks that was created in New York after the American Revolution. On Saturday, April 26, 1913, on the day of what was once celebrated as Confederate Memorial Day, little Mary Fagan entered the office of her boss, Leo Frank, to collect her pay of $1.20. Frank would be the last known person to see Mary alive. The next day, in the wee hours of morning, Newt Lee, the night watchman, discovered a horrible scene in the basement of the factory, where Mary's brutally beaten body was left atop of a flurry of pencil shavings, with a cord cinched around her neck. Her autopsy later revealing she'd been raped. and beside her corpse were 2 notes describing her murderer, a long, tall black man called the Night Witch, written through Mary's perspective, as though she jotted it down during her final moments. The Black Night Watchman who discovered Mary's body was immediately brought into the police station as a suspect, and police wasted no time in attempting to get a confession out of him, even going as far as firing off a gun next to his head during the interrogation. But that confession never came. More suspects were arrested as pressure mounted to find Mary's killer, but eventually only 2 suspects remained. The first was Jim Conley, the pencil factory's black janitor, who held the lowest status job at the factory but was paid 50% more than white child laborers, and held special privilege of never having to punch the clock as granted by Frank, and was seen washing red stains out of his shirt while at the factory, which police later determined to be rust. And the second suspect was Leo Frank, the last person to admit seeing Mary alive. Frank quickly hired the best defense team money could buy to prove his innocence in the murder trial that made front-page headlines that entire summer. In the courtroom and beyond, lies were told, stories rehashed, true character revealed, and bribes offered. The case began to heat up after Conley admitted that he wasn't illiterate like he originally claimed. And in fact, he swore that Leo Frank paid him to write the murder notes, framing Conley's entire involvement as an accomplice in the murder of Mary Fagan, with Leo Frank as the main suspect. Refusing to be cross-examined unlike the other suspects, Frank's story began to unravel as his accounts of what occurred after Mary left his office started to change with each recollection. Originally, Frank swore that he stayed in his office following Mary's departure after receiving her pay envelope. But later, Frank stated he might have taken an unconscious bathroom break that would have placed him walking past the metal room, the site where Mary was believed to have been murdered, and at the suspected time when the attack occurred. Another young worker was called to the witness stand, claiming that she had gone to Frank's office right after Mary left, and Frank wasn't there. She even waited around for a bit, but concluded that Frank had gone home for the day. The character witnesses included a string of female employees who all had the same thing to say about Frank. He was a touchy-leery pervert with a penchant for young girls. So after a drawn-out trial that garnered immense public attention, and claims from the prosecution that alleged bribery and witness tampering from Frank's legal team, the grand jury reached a unanimous verdict. A grand jury which, by the way, included Jewish members. They'd all decided that Leo Frank was guilty. After being convicted of murder, the judge sentenced Frank to death by hanging, which was set to be carried out that October, but after Frank's legal team attempted several failed appeals all the way up to the federal level, attorney and Georgia Governor Slayton eventually had Frank's sentence reduced to life in prison. The public response was one of anger, as they believed the justice system had failed the real victim, Mary Fagan, because of under-the-table deals and conflicts of interest, given that Governor Slayton was a partner at the law firm of Frank's defense. On August 16, 1915, a group of about 25 men who called themselves the Knights of Mary Fagan kidnapped Frank from prison and lynched him in Marietta, Georgia, his body facing the direction of the Fagan residence. Though they described themselves as a benevolent organization, by the time Mary Fagan's corpse was 6 feet under Georgia clay, B'nai B'rith had already been publicly accused of espionage during the Civil War and implicated in the assassination of President Lincoln, with the goal of subverting and fragmenting America so that it could once again fall under the British crown, as documented by both Gentile and Jewish scholars alike. During the Civil War, agents of B'nai B'rith even worked in cahoots with Confederate General and Sovereign Grand Commander of the Scottish Rite's Southern Jurisdiction, the infamous Freemason known as Albert Pike. It was reported that after Leo Frank was found guilty and convicted of murder, he was once again re-elected as president of B'nai B'rith's Atlanta chapter, whose members were adamant in perpetuating the narrative that Frank's fate relied heavily on Conley's testimony, the testimony of a proven liar and second-class citizen in the post-Civil War South. And B'nai B'rith even went as far as inscribing in stone that everyone in the courtroom during that sweltering southern summer, aside from Frank and his defense team, was either bribed, threatened, or fell under one all-encompassing term, an anti-Semite. The same year, the Federal Reserve System was created and Americans began paying federal income tax. Leo Frank was convicted of murder, and as a result, B'nai B'rith created the Anti-Defamation League, what would serve as the public relations arm of their benevolent organization, with its original mission statement to stop by appeals to reason and conscience, and if necessary, by appeals to law.
Wait. Stop right there. Stop right there. We got to pause that right there. Then we go back just a little bit. Take it back just about 3 seconds. What is this? What is this? Ladies and gentlemen, what is this? Who the hell? What is that? Is this a naked child? Is that a naked child right there?
It certainly is.
That's a naked child.
It's
Okay.
very much so a naked child.
It's a naked child. Okay.
Yeah.
See the eagle over there. That's a naked child. And I don't know if that's a man or a woman. It could be both. That's the way they're moving.
Looks like a man's face, but it looks like it has breasts. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's a really interesting picture. Hey, shout out to C. Roberts. Thank you for the only builders. Yeah, I just think this is interesting. You guys, just food for thought. This is what they're presenting. This is, you have to kind of wonder why would somebody represent themselves in this way. But everything has meaning. The eagle right there, whatever the eagle's got going on. Child right there. This Shem right here. Shemite. Yeah, I don't know, y'all. So, you got anything to say so far? What you heard so far? 'Cause I'm gonna get into it. This is shit crazy.
This is something. I'm gonna keep sipping my tea while I push play.
Okay, let's get it.
Appeals to law, the defamation of the Jewish people. As the years watered down the public awareness of the Leo Frank trial, the ADL ramped up their campaign to paint Frank as an innocent man and victim of anti-Semitism. Their efforts stretched across various platforms, publications, docu-series, college curriculums, and music theater productions. One retelling of Frank's story portrayed 13-year-old Mary Fagan as a temptress who all but enjoyed being sexually abused by older men. The ADL highlighted racial tensions in the South during that time, but conveniently left out crucial evidence in key witness accounts that ultimately resulted in Frank's conviction. Even in her last will and testament, Frank's Jewish wife stated that she didn't want to be buried next to him. Was she also practicing anti-Semitism? The ADL has never been shy about their objective. Unless they could obtain an official pardon for Leo Frank from the United States legal system, it very much appeared that the organization was created to protect a pedophile murderer who managed a sweatshop full of children. In 1982, it seemed like the ADL would get exactly what they wanted when Alonzo Mann, in his old age, came forward with a statement. He'd lied in 1913 during his sworn testimony. He corrected the record, saying that on April 26, 1913, when he was a 14-year-old office boy at the National Pencil Company, he witnessed Jim Conley carrying the body of Mary Fagan. And when Conley realized he'd been caught, he threatened.
Yeah, that was part one of that, right?
I don't even think I want to listen or see what about. I can pretty much make it up in my own mind.
I mean, and what happens is, right? They mix other social, like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was talking crazy, right? And I thought it was really interesting. And Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was on CNN, you guys, a couple days ago, whatever, and he was talking about basically civil rights, right? And he was a civil rights guy, but he said that gay rights and I think he named something else, right? Was all together. You understand what I'm saying? And that's a problem because they're not all together. We might carry like that with everybody, but everybody's not carrying it like that with us. Same. That's just how it works. This is we don't have to go back and forth on this. You can look at the record. We've always had so-called Jewish people back. Period. Always been their shield. Always been their cash cow. But what y'all gonna see is how they did it. How the Democratic, just one of the ways, right? And you got to look at it from a perspective, like it didn't all happen all at one time. It was one county, one state. You understand what I'm saying? One region at a time. And once they could figure out how to do it, it just took on, and they just sent in for more reinforcements of their kinsmen. And a lot of people not know, but they're taking advantage of you understand what I'm saying? The only reason why people are coming into America is because they can take advantage of America, of our resources. I don't understand why people don't understand that right there as what is the problem we dealing with. Hold on one second, guys. You know what I'm saying? And this is what we're dealing with. This is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a sinister plan. Have you guys ever heard of a word called? I'm gonna pull this up for you guys. We're gonna read this out. This word is really interesting. It's a really interesting word. We gotta talk about it. It's a really interesting word. Put this in the back so I can put this on the screen so everybody can see this. You guys got to see this word, man. The reason why this is important, once again, it's important because we got to know what we're talking about when we hear things. Because you'll hear stuff and it just go over your head, and you don't really know the words that are being used and the spells that are being used against you and how they did it. You know what I mean? So we're gonna get into it. The word disfranchisement, right? Most people hear that and they be like, "Oh, what does that mean?" Right? So we're gonna look up the word, and then you got a letter as well. But I want to get to the definition. I want to pull up the definition of disfranchisement, so we can know what we're dealing with once again, and how we got to this point, and how and who are behind the disfranchisement of the American Negro. We got to see, and when did they do it, and how did they do it? See what I'm saying? And are they still doing it today? That's what we're dealing with. And if you don't know they did it or doing it, this is what's going to happen.
All right, can we see that?
Okay, you got it? Okay, damn it. Wait. I done with some glasses. Ooh, I blew it up. Okay, I got it. Oh, does it mean that's disenfranchise somebody? We're talking about, right? It's two different. Disfranchise and disenfranchise are two different things, huh?
Yeah. So, but when you get disfranchised, it automatically takes you to what does it mean to disenfranchise someone?
All right. So let's check it out. It says first appeared in English in the 17th century, preceded for a period of some 200 years by now uncommon word disfranchise. Okay. Though both words are rather obviously related to franchise, they have nothing to do with the word's current sense. Quote, a team that is a member of a professional sports league. As they said, it have nothing to do with that, but ironically, it actually does. The original meaning of franchise was, quote, the original meaning of franchise was, I'm going to say that again. The original meaning of franchise was, quote, freedom from servitude or restraint.
Wow.
Freedom from servitude or restraint. Although disenfranchise does broadly signify depriving someone of any of a number of legal rights, it is most often used today of withholding the right to vote or of the diminished social or political status of a marginalized group. Are we still being disfranchised today?
Of course we are.
Put a GOAT in there and the number one, and we're still being disfranchised, the American Negro. It gets worse, y'all. I like I say, I back up what I say. I do. I really do. I back it up. We just wanted to break some words down because, you know, we've heard of these words before, but y'all never heard somebody say franchise used to, the original sense of it meant, what was the original sense of it? Freedom of servitude.
Yeah, free from servitude or restraint, but we don't have anything to do with that anymore. It just means to take your right away to vote now.
But of course, it's definitely a lot of other things. You understand what I'm saying? As far as marginalizing some communities and stuff, redlining, we get into banking, right? And once again, shouldn't people that say they love us, shouldn't we have the best banking connects with the people that run the banks? That don't make any sense. Can anybody make that make any sense? If you got a good Jewish friend, shouldn't you have some good Jewish banking connects too? Shouldn't you have good credit and all that good shit? Huh? I mean, I'm just saying though. I'm gonna need an example of this relationship working well because we haven't seen it. We haven't seen an example of it ever. How about that? Ever. If there's an example of a good relationship that worked forever, and you know what I mean, that was right. Show us. Let us know what so we can see where that's at. Let us know. Because according to everybody, they got gypped. See how you can say gypsy and gypped? Interesting. Really interesting, y'all. Really interesting. So can you pull that letter up?
Sure. I don't think you dropped it in the back chat yet, though.
I think I can put it in there. Let me see.
Okay, if you can, let me.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna make a pick back there.
So that's okay. I'm gonna figure it out. Let me just
Got it.
To myself.
Hold on a second.
Okay, just give me a moment. I just sent it to myself, so it should be coming through in 1 second, and I can pull it up.
Hold on, we'll get the link. That's just like the screenshot of the page.
Okay.
1 second. But
I might have it.
Huh?
I said, I think I might have it. Hold on. Yeah, I got it.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah. I got it. Let's see. Can we see that yet?
Yep.
All right.
I'm definitely not gonna be able to read this.
I got you. Okay. The Virginia Constitutional Convention of 1901 to 1902, a reform movement which lacked substance, by Wythe W. Holt Jr. It is quite likely that the Virginia Constitutional Convention of 1901 to 1902 will be noted in history books only as one in a series of Southern efforts to disfranchise the Negro. Indeed, the 77,362 Virginians who had voted for a convention had quite probably voted for a convention to disfranchise the Negro. Wow. That this goal was uppermost in the delegates' minds can easily be gathered from a quick perusal of the report of the debates. For the Virginian and the analyst of political machines, however, the convention provides material for study of a different sort. The delegates were selected at a time when political reform was in the air. Corrupt practices at the polls were rampant, and the dominant faction of the Democratic Party was widely charged with bossism, the buying of votes, and being under the control of corporate moneyed interests. Various charges in the organization of government had been suggested by various descendant Democratic leaders or by leaders of other political groups. And it was just at this time that the descendants or antis seemed to be on the verge of gaining control of the state. Rewriting of the Constitution would seem to provide an apt vehicle for reform. Institutions could be restructured in order to make it much more difficult for such corrupt practices to take place. The rascals could be booted out. Indeed, many of those who wished to strike down the powerful. So this is just footnotes down here. I don't think you wanted me to read that. But could we hear that?
Say that again?
No, I was saying these are footnotes down here, but were you guys able to hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Bossism. That's the word I've never seen before. Okay.
Bossism. Yeah. What did it say it is?
This is corrupt practices at the polls were rampant, and the dominant faction of the Democratic Party was widely charged with bossism, the buying of votes, and being under the control of corporate money interests. So businesses, bribery, pretty much harassing people.
So that's pretty much lobbyists, right?
Yeah, lobbyists at its finest, buying votes.
Gotcha.
All of the things that's done legally now by the term of the lobbyist.
Now, this is the Democratic Party in Virginia. Now, what's interesting about this, they're not the first ones. The first state to do this. They just follow suit. The Democratic Party systematically disfranchised us. Now, what's interesting, they would have done this if they were already in power. Now, this is 1900s, 1901. Why would you have to do something if you were already there?
Yeah.
Make that make sense, you guys. If you guys are not just starting to come into the country, late 1800s, 1870, 1880, 1890, right? Peasants.
And you cheat your way in.
That's what happened. Well, because once again, we're good people. We're gonna work with people. We extending peace and goodwill. But these people, they didn't come in like that.
Right. It didn't appear to be a reason to do that, but they chose to do it this way anyway. Because like you said, we're good people. This is how we got in the situation that we're in, being good people.
Right. And once again, allowing, marrying people into your families, and these people taking over people's families, taking over people's land. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So, but what was going on was a lot of amoral things. You guys got to think about this, right? There's laws in the South still today. You know what I'm saying? That you don't supposed to be doing certain things. Period. They talk about being under the Bible Belt or whatever. So just imagine over 100 years ago what the laws were in the South. And so now you have amoral people that like to deal with amoral things. You know what I'm saying? And then what was interesting about this particular case about the Leo Frank situation, right? That he paid this other dude to, like, what person would write a letter while she's dying? Like getting raped and dying. Like, where they do that at? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just real stupid conversation, man. But once again, by the time we hear the story, even if they're trying to expose them, it's been watered down, and that's what it's for. But they use Leo Frankenism as another. Oh, this happened to us here. It's bad. Do you know how many? We just even talk about just beyond Emmett Till. People that was lynched unjustly, and they knew it was unjustly. Are you serious right now? And you talk about Leo Frank once again. What did we do to y'all? Please show us in the history of America. Will we do something to you guys? Please make this make sense. And for once again. Yeah, man, we're gonna have. Damn, man, y'all got to see this Nick Cannon. We got to bust it out tonight because it just makes it. He asked the question like, "Yo, what? We never done anything." This is what Professor Griffin said. Shout out to the guy, Professor Griff. We've never done anything. Why are you calling him anti-Semitic or whatever for telling the truth when he's never said anything of hate of the Jewish people? See what I'm saying? And see, once again, we could question whether we can argue back and forth whether or not Leo Frank was a creep. We can go back and forth on that. But overwhelming evidence said that he was. Overwhelming evidence said that he killed the young girl. And then they used their connections, bribery and all the things they did or whatever to get shit changed up. Even posthumously to get this man a pardon. To push their thing. So once again, the ADL, the whole reason why pushing that clip is an amoral organization off the top. Let's be clear. And that's my motherfucking opinion. And I have historical context to stand on it. Now, I just heard another clip. This dude was talking, right? And he was like, yeah, Adidas, they didn't follow suit and drop Kanye. So he said he called the damn chairman, of Adidas and was like, yo, what's up? It told him, it was banging on him, talking crazy. Said, if you don't get rid of him, we're going to hammer you. That's what he told him. We're going to hammer you. The ADL told Adidas, you don't get rid of Ye, we're going to hammer you. Quote, this quote out of his mouth, hammer. Goldblatt talking about hammering corporations and using collusion and coercion to bully people of their own. Well, first off, you're violating these brothers, not only their rights of free speech, their religious rights. Remember that? You guys put. I wonder if Goldblatt is even fucking religious. We're around here talking about you're Leo Frank, dude. I bet you are. You Leo Frankenism. That's what you guys are. I'm standing on it. So I don't care what y'all talking about. That's what you guys are. And we're gonna prove it. Like, you know, we can go all night. I can show you over and over, overwhelming. Even when we get into how they usurped and created these Native American tribes, they did it. Then they turn around and tell the stories, and then we created the languages and blah 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 and all this other stuff. It's a specific people who are doing this. And then they tell you, it's just white supremacy. No. We got to stop doing that. No, it's not black and white. It's good versus evil, right versus wrong, up, down, left, right. No, no bullshit. And I think that's the whole fucking problem. We sit back and watch this shit go on every day. And these people gonna keep fighting back. Because as y'all see, the owner of Alibaba dude that owned fucking the Nets, what the fuck is he on the Nets for? Has he ever shot a basketball in his life? Why is he owning American culture in America? Lacrosse, he got a lacrosse team out here in Vegas. He got all type of shit. Why? Why are we allowing this to happen? Are we owning shit like this in China? What the fuck are we doing? And so now they're like, yeah, we had a nice little dinner, Kyrie, but you still got to do them 6 things on that list. Really? Kyrie should have made that clear at the fucking dinner. I'm not doing nothing. I'm not coming out of my pocket, not doing nothing. What are you talking about? Matter of fact, I'm about to start suing y'all. I wouldn't even went to dinner. I would have been on the pop, and I'd have hit that nigga upside the head with a roll or something, dude. Fuck you and your wife, dude. What the fuck is you talking about? And see, this the saying. They're gonna keep doing stuff. They're gonna to save face because the ADL is gonna beat on them. Why the fuck would any basketball team think about this, you guys? Why would anybody allow hecklers to sit on the side of the court to affect their star player performance for them winning? Why? Who put them on the court side? Like if they was way back in the nosebleed, he wouldn't even see them. They right on the court side, and that brother was serious, like still humble to welcome him and be. You understand what I'm saying? Like, nah, money grip. Nah, we're not putting up with this. Nah, we're not gonna put up with y'all mess, man. We're not gonna do it. And more people got to stand up, man. But not only standing up, because like I think a lot of times, like, we made an accomplishment by just standing up and saying something. Really? This shit is crazy. That don't make any sense to me. And then once again, you have to listen to, please, brother. You have to listen to the elders sometimes, bro. I don't think when the minister was talking about, did you really have that money, like trying to disrespect you? We're just talking about how these people manipulate the currency, you know what I'm saying? Nobody that's a billionaire, that's been a billionaire before you, really have control, bro. They freeze accounts. They do whatever the fuck they want to do. You're not in control of nothing. And they control you even more the more you have, because you have more to lose. You understand what I'm saying? You have more to lose. Think about it. How many of y'all would have said, man, I'm about to lose $1 million, let alone $2 billion? Really? 100,000? How would you be willing to lose? See what I'm saying? Like your whole lifestyle, your marriage, a lot of things will be based off of the lifestyle that you are living, based off of what you got going on. So once again, that's another lesson too, to be liquid, make sure that you are really worth this money. You really can do something. But once again, they say, man, your money's no good in our banks. You get no more credit. How can he do business? So he trying to break away and say, okay, I'm gonna do it like this right here. Y'all can have that name. I'm moving on to I'm changing my stuff up. I'm taking control of me. That man said he was a free man the first Drink Champ interview. He told him there will be blood. He told him. But you gotta chill, bro. You gotta chill. We gotta figure out now how to come for each other, because I understand he came for Dave Chappelle. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to see the Dave Chappelle. We're gonna hit this Dave Chappelle skit though. We're gonna get ready to play this. And Miss Me, I'm gonna play it, the audio from this end. That way we try not to play it through the joint. So we're gonna pull that up, y'all. So we're gonna break this down. It's really interesting. There's a lot of information in here. But Dave Chappelle is the GOAT, period. I just gotta say it. So yeah, man, we're gonna go ahead and pull this up. So since you got anything to say, put the link in the chat room.
I wanted you to elaborate a little bit more on Game's feelings about what the minister said. I mean, because I watched it, he said he felt slighted, but I also saw that he was like, "Hey, let's get on the phone and let's talk about it." So I don't.
Well, yeah, but that's what he should have said. If you don't understand something, then get on the phone. Don't. But I ain't gonna take nothing from nobody. Da 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 da. Nah, man, we all got grandparents and stuff. They can say what the fuck they want to say. Y'all know that great aunts and stuff. You ain't got nothing to say, so you got to extend that same fucking courtesy to everybody else's grandma and great aunts. You know what I'm saying? Yes, ma'am, or whatever. You know what I mean? It's a way. There's ways to do shit. I understand the brother is angry. I understand that. No. You about being right. It's about being right, bro. You know what I'm saying? And the minister is dropping Jews, and you know, whether you like it, respect it or not, you're gonna have to respect that. You know what I'm saying? And we have to figure out how not to bang on each other, and let's focus on Goldblatt and him. And that's just real. Like, why not? Why is it always niggas is always stopping the fight? At least, you know what I mean? Like, yo, no, let's go get the real people. Don't worry about them. And then they choose to keep getting in the way. That's a problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to go around you, bro. Like, if you really need some smoke, then we got you. But other than that, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, we're not here for you. And you need to get out the way, especially when we come for these people. What is wrong? Like, you know what I'm saying? And people can't say, well, this doesn't affect us. That's them. They rich and all this. Nah, see, once again, listen, it affects us across the board because that's why this playing out in the public. That's why they pushing it. They won't, you know, hold on. Y'all got to, no. Before we play that, y'all got to hear this Nick Cannon clip, right? Nick Cannon sat down with Goldblatt here recently, right? Oh, yeah. And I, you know what, man? Shout out to Nick Cannon. Shout out to Nick Cannon, man. I really respect, you know, once again, like I said, Nick Cannon and what he do, what he's done for the culture, man. You know what I'm saying? I respect it. You know what I mean? I respect that he's stepping up, and he's a little bit more articulate, and he's a little bit more knowledgeable about some of the stuff as well. He's a little bit more read. Obviously, if Kanye say he doesn't read, Nick Cannon reads a little bit more than him, has a little bit more knowledge about some of the stuff, and he's sat down with their rabbis and he's done certain things or whatever. So he has a little bit of understanding. But the flip side of it is also he understands the origin of some of this stuff, right? So, and the religion and business practices and amoral behavior are absolutely two different things. Why they mix them together, I have no clue. My religious beliefs have nothing to do with business. Your beliefs would have nothing to do whether you was a Nazi at Adidas or you was a left-wing person that, once again, some of us don't agree with your what's it called, but apparently we're not holding that against business with you guys. And of course, we know you guys have a hate for everybody, especially people of color. Say it's not true. And I even seen Rosenberg's some piece of Rosenberg interview with Lord Jamar. Sheesh, man. Gosh, sheesh. Sheesh, man. Sheesh. It's a playbook. He reads the playbook. He's read the playbook, what to say if this happened. He said one of the things, I gotta say this. He said this, Lord Jamar, that, you know, we're happy when we hear black people down at the mosque, when we hear black people are converted into Judaism. Sir, people don't have to, something that you're born, that's just your bloodline, you don't have to be converted to. You guys are converts. It is not a race of people. Okay? It's a culture that you guys adopted from the original people, man. That's just what it is, bro. And I don't like going back and forth with people. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't matter. That has nothing to do, whether that's right or whether the fact that that's right has nothing to do with redlining, hate, anti-Americanism. That has nothing to do with all the shit that y'all have been doing before Leo Frankenism. Been doing since George Zimmerman, like you been doing the media manipulation of people's feelings. Like, why would anybody show some of the horrific deaths, start with George Floyd? Why would anybody want to put that on television? Why? So Nick Cannon, right? Y'all gotta see this shit. Hold on, listen to me. I'm gonna put some music on real fast. Hold on, y'all gotta hear this shit, man. Damn it, Nick. And then we're gonna get to the audio on this Dave Chappelle. Y'all gotta hear this shit. But y'all gotta hear this Nick Cannon first, man. You got a conversation with Gold Black. It's a real short clip, really interesting. Bullshit. But y'all gotta hear it anyway. Let's give some to keep it fair and balanced, you guys. That's what we're gonna do. Let's go. We got It's Me in the building. Shout out to everybody, man, tapped in, man. Hold on, let me find this Nick Cannon and Gold Black video, man. That shit crazy, y'all. Hold on a second. It's the GOAT. Hey, man, appreciate everybody tapped in, man. Do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe. Share us on all your social media platforms, man. Support the real. $ Only Builders. We building over here, man. Only Builders 2022 at gmail.com, man. Y'all already know, man, jobs. Things available everywhere, man. I got another treat for y'all too, man. That remind me of this clown. I told y'all we're gonna have to give him some energy tonight. So y'all stay tuned for that too. It's the GOAT. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I got it right here. Okay, it's back there. So yeah, y'all gotta see this, man, before we get into this Dave Chappelle monologue. Y'all gotta see this shit. This is really interesting, man. I don't want to give it away, and we gotta talk about this, man. And we break a lot of stuff down, man, but I guess we gotta keep talking about it.
Kyrie Irving is not.
Hold on. No, you can play the video for this one.
Yeah, I'm gonna play it. It just started playing one.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
I got you.
I can wholeheartedly say I know Kyrie Irving is not anti-Semitic.
When given the chance to say, "Are you anti-Semitic?" or not, he didn't say, "No, I'm not anti-Semitic." At the press conference, tell us about that movie. Why did he said, "Stop dehumanizing me"? And the movie is saying white Jews invented the Holocaust. and 6 million Jews didn't get killed. Okay, I know that isn't right.
Right.
There's a gigantic historical record. Jewish people know when you dehumanize us this way, we know what's around the corner.
So in that same statement as those are the tropes that dehumanize Jewish people, the same buck breaking.
What's that? I don't really know what that means, to be perfectly honest.
The slave masters would bring the buck, the one that gets out of line. So all the other slaves would see lash after lash, showed them the power to set an example. This is what you must do to fall in line. So when we see the 6 things that Kyrie must do to get his job back,
right,
that's dehumanizing.
Terrible.
Wholeheartedly.
Now, see, once again, dude has a playbook. He said, well, he didn't have to address what Nick Cannon is saying. He just deflect. So when he said that, I can wholeheartedly say that Kyrie Irving is not anti-Semitic. He said, well, why didn't he just say it? He did say it. He said, how can I be anti-Semitic? And if he even believed in every 100% of everything that he reads in every book that he reads, and come on, which nobody does. But once again, we have to have conversations about the information that comes out of everything. Everything should be at least discussed. And that's just that. Why not? And you obviously know why they are not allowing this to happen, because they're hiding something. You guys are hiding the Leo Frankenism. They're hiding all the other dastardly deeds that they have been doing for a long time, using Negroes like the janitor guy who act like think about it. It was like they said he was making more money than the young girl that was killed, and people like her, and like 50% more money, right? But he was a second-class citizen. See, once again, there's a narrative that's always painted that doesn't match reality, but they alter reality with their words. See how this work? It's called word spells. They're casting spells. Who's writing it? Oh, they are. Oh, okay. My bad. These are the people that got the battery in your back. These are the people that got you carrying the bodies. These are the people that got you writing for them. These are the people that got dribbling for them. These are people that been using us this whole time, pushing. Oh, you guys supposed to be against these guys, right? Well, wasn't Margaret Sanger? She's a Jew too, right? Okay, so why was she working with the Klan then? Like, you understand what I'm saying? So once again, they act like all these groups are all the same people. See what I'm saying? It's different types of Klan. There's different type of this, different type of that. And those people have been, these groups, everything was infiltrated. Everything. If they didn't start it, they infiltrated and took it over. Just super facts. Man, listen, we don't have to go back and forth on that. They're thoroughly entrenched in this country, socially, politically, economically. Okay, it's just what it is. And they've used the Democratic Party against us. We can go through state by state where they went in and changed the state's constitutions, where they destroyed grandfather clauses, where they displaced, took millions of acres of Negro land, not of Native American land. But see, once again, with a sleight of hand, they'll just be like, well, the Native Americans are doing this, and this happened right here. And they're writing these people back in time periods they didn't exist. See what I'm saying? See how this works? We're not gonna go back and forth with y'all. Like, just follow the actual occurrences of things that have happened here. You know what I'm saying? So we're talking, and the reason why we go back thousands of years, because we just for shits and giggles what we could prove, right? We go back what we could prove. Now we can go back with some more theories and some other things that even some science that I'm not going to say fringe, but could be just a little bit more. You know, you might have to do a little bit more research. You know what I'm saying? Other than Wikipedia and some damn shit from Smithsonian. You know what I'm saying? You got to dig a little deeper, man. Read some real shit and do some, you know what I mean, and understand that science usually shouldn't have an interpretation. or not interpretation, but a narrative. See, they paint a narrative of, well, we found these Negro bones that are 80,000 years here in America. Well, they African, but you ain't found no 10,000-year-old bones of humans in Africa. See how this work? And then they'll turn around and be like, well, we found 1,000,000-year-old human bones. Well, no, you didn't. It's the monkey people that you piece together. You understand? So once again, it's always a sleight of hand. There's always lies and deceit. And when we're listening to people, they're literally telling you about shit and people that didn't even exist in that time period. Oh, the Spanish Empire, the British this and that, and it's all a part of a system to keep us docile, keep us asleep, and that's what we're dealing with. That's literally what we're dealing with, you guys. So yeah, man, shout out to Justin Rome in the building. Peace, brother. What's we got in here? Haru, the Duke of the Great Lakes. Leonard, the Yuta, Chuck Jackson, big Ooga to Chuck Jackson in the building. Enox 0407, T1 Production, Leo Franklin. Yeah, man. Hey, Leo Franklin, man, real talk. That's what they doing. That's what they absolutely doing, y'all. They're Leo Franklin. But yeah, man, links to that that link is up in there, man. Terrible. It's terrible, yeah. So hold on 1 second. So I'm gonna get this audio together for this Dave Chappelle. 1 second, yeah. Hey man, so we about to pull up this Dave Chappelle monologue for Saturday Night Live. Yeah, man, it was pretty good, man. Watched a few of the skits too, man. Some of them was super funny, man. Dave Chappelle's just a genius, y'all. Like I say, he's the GOAT. And you guys gonna see with this monologue. Let's get it. Fair use anyway.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dave Chappelle.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. But before I start tonight, I just wanted to read a brief statement that I prepared. I denounce anti-Semitism in all its forms. And I stand with my friends in the Jewish community. And that, Kanye, is how you buy yourself some time. I gotta tell you guys, I've probably been doing this 35 years now. And early in my career, I learned that there are two words in the English language that you should never say together in sequence. And those words are the and juice. Never heard someone do good after they said that. Kanye's got into some scrapes before. Normally when he's in trouble, I pull up immediately. But this time I was like, you know what? Let me see what's gonna happen first. Just want to see what it's all going. Can't remember how it started. Vaguely, I remember it started with a tweet, strange tweet. It was like, I'm feeling a little sleepy. I'm gonna give me some rest, but when I wake up, I'm gonna go DEFCON 3 on the Jews. And then he just went to bed. I was up all night worried. What is he gonna do to the Jews? I grew up around Jewish people. I have a lot of Jewish friends. So I'm not freaked out by your culture. I know a little bit about it just from hanging around. I'd be like, yo, let's go out after school tomorrow. They'd be like, we can't go out. It's Shanana tomorrow. I'd be like, where? What is Shanana? I had so many questions. Why do some of your people dress like Run DMC? Kanye woke up from that nap, he went right to work. A year ago, I'd seen him on a podcast called Drink Champs, a great show, and it was an amazing appearance. Noriega and them were there, the rappers that I love, and they all had their gold chains and stuff on. And Kanye said, only millionaires wear chains. They said, what? He said, I'm a billionaire. Billionaires don't wear their money on their body. I took my chain and I said, oh, snap. It was a good appearance. It was fun and funny. But when he woke up, he went on Drink Champs again. This time, he was on one. He was mad about something. He said, I can say anti-Semitic things, and Adidas can't drop me. Now what? Adidas dropped that nigga immediately. Ironically, Adidas was founded by Nazis. And they were offended. I guess the students surpassed the teacher. It's a big deal. He had broken the show business rules. It's just a rule, you know, the rules of perception. If they're black, then it's a gang. If they're Italian, it's a mob. But if they're Jewish, it's a coincidence, and he should never speak about it. Terrible. Kanye got in so much trouble, Kyrie got in trouble. Kyrie Irving posted a link to a movie that he had seen on Amazon. No caption on the post or nothing like that. But apparently this movie had some, I don't know, anti-Semitic tropes or something. It was some weird title, like From Hebrew to Negro or something. And the NBA told me he should apologize, and he was slow to apologize. And then the list of demands to get back in their good graces got longer and longer. And this is where, you know, I draw the line. I know the Jewish people have been through terrible things all over the world, but you can't blame that on Black Americans. You just can't. You know what I mean? Thanks to the one person that said sure. A fair punishment would be you should just post a link to Schindler's List and y'all write your own captions. Kyrie Irving's black ass was nowhere near the Holocaust. In fact, he's not even certain it existed. I saw one news pundit screaming about Kanye. She said, mental health is no excuse for that type of language. Yes, it is, bitch. You kill somebody if you're mentally ill. Listen, okay, I don't think Kanye is crazy at all. I think he's possibly not well. I've been to Hollywood. I don't want y'all to get mad at me. I'm just telling you, I've been to Hollywood. This was just what I saw. It's a lot of Jews. Like a lot. But that doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? There's a lot of black people in Ferguson, Missouri. Doesn't mean we run the place.
Shane.
I could see if you had some kind of issue. You know what I mean? You might go out to Hollywood and you might start connecting some kind of lines, and you could maybe adopt the delusion that the Jews run show business. It's not a crazy thing to think, but it's a crazy thing to say out loud in a climate like this. Now the midterms are over in this crazy climate, and I got to tell you, I feel like this midterm is like all of humanity depends on it, and it's an ominous sign. The most ominous sign of the midterms, I believe, would be Herschel Walker, who I don't want to speak badly of because he's black, but I have to admit he's observably stupid. Even when he's not talking, his mouth be open a little bit like that. He's the kind of guy that looks like he thinks before he makes a move on tic-tac-toe. And I'm watching the news now, they're declaring the end of the Trump era. Now, okay, I can see how in New York you might believe this is the end of his era. I'm just being honest with you. I live in Ohio amongst poor whites. A lot of you don't understand why Trump was so popular, but I get it because I hear it every day. He's very loved. And the reason he's loved is because people in Ohio have never seen somebody like him. He's what I call an honest liar. And I'm not joking right now. He's an honest liar. That first debate, I'd never seen anything like it. I've never seen a white male billionaire screaming at the top of his lungs, "This whole system is rigged," he said. And across the stage was a white woman, Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, sitting over there looking at him like, "No, it's not." I said, "Now, wait a minute, bro. It's what he said." And the moderator said, "Well, Mr. Trump, if in fact the system is rigged, as you suggest, what would be your evidence?" Remember what he said, bro? He said, "I know the system is rigged because I use it." I said, "God damn." And then he pulled out an Illuminati membership card, chopped a line of cocaine up, and did it right at the podium. No one ever heard someone say something that true. And then Hillary Clinton tried to punch him in the taxes. She said, "This man doesn't pay his taxes." He shot right back. "That makes me smart." And then he said, "If you want me to pay my taxes, then change the tax code. But I know you won't, because your friends and your donors enjoy the same tax breaks that I do." And with that, my friends, the star was born. No one had ever seen anything like that. No one had ever seen somebody come from inside of that house, outside, and tell all the commoners, "We are doing everything that you think we are doing," inside of that house. They just went right back in the house and started playing the game again. The Democrats were sore losers. I'm a Democrat. I'm telling you, as soon as he won, they started saying all that he's colluding with Russia. He's colluding with Russia. It was very embarrassing as a Democrat. But as time went on, we all came to learn he was probably colluding with Russia. I even look at his wife different now. His wife is beautiful, no question about it, but she looks like the kind of chick that James Bond would smash but not trust. Why you got all them documents in his house? What is this? This guy that's famous for not reading his press briefings, now all of a sudden he got 10,000 documents in his house and we'll catch him on the readings. I've been fired from jobs many times in my life, and I will be very honest with you. Sometimes I was fired.
stole things from the office. Staplers, computer mouses, all kinds of stuff. But you know what I never stole from work? Work. War in Ukraine brought it all into focus. And lucky for everybody in the Western world, the Ukrainians are way better fighters than we thought they'd be. I mean, these guys. God bless them, they're doing good. They killed 10,000 Russians the first week of the war. Even the Vietnamese were like, God damn, those some good numbers. This is before they had weapons. Before we started sending them weapons, they was killing Russians with things you can find around the house. That whole country, Ukraine, is littered with traps like Home Alone. They was stepping on rakes. How is Russia losing to the Ukraine? That would be like America losing the war to Colorado. Now the midterms are over and everybody's awake. These new whites, man, they're like the whites. They're like newborn babies, just woke up. Everything white people are mad about, we've been on that. Man, I can't feed my family. White people are like, we've been on that. Man, we can't trust the government. We've been on that. Man, we should dismantle the FBI. Word to Martin Luther King, bro. We've been on that. Nobody listens to me. When I tell these jokes, you ignore me. My first Netflix special, what did I say? I said, I don't want a sneaker deal because the minute I say something that makes those people mad, they're going to take my sneakers away. And the whole crowd's like, ha, 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 ha. But now you see Kanye walking around LA barefoot with his chain out. This guy lost $1.5 billion in a day. $1.5 billion in a day. I saw that. I said, put your chain on, nigga. Welcome back. It shouldn't be this scary to talk about anything. It's making my job incredibly difficult. And to be honest with you, I'm getting sick talking to a crowd like this. I love you to death. And I thank you for your support. And I hope they don't take anything away from me. Whoever they are. We got a great show tonight. Brooklyn's finest, Grant Stallings.
So, yeah, man, there you have it. Made it through there. So, David Bell, what up, though? Boss player. Yeah, man. Even the one special he did about the space Jews and shit, that shit was a genius. It was genius. I don't know, man. It's just what he said, though. Like even when he left and gave back, or just maybe just say, okay, I don't want that $50 million. Then people, Dave, thought you was crazy for giving up $50 million from a successful show. You know what I mean? So if there's anybody that should be able to relate to Ye, it would be Dave Chappelle. Right? Dave said you was crazy. You ran to Africa, right? Remember this, Dave? So, now I understand jokes. I like jokes. Everybody like jokes. That's fine. Whatever, you know what I mean? And I got it. I can read between the lines. I understand. But the point is though, that if anybody understands, then Dave Chappelle should definitely understand what's going on. Yeah, I mean, he was clever how he worded it, whatever. But once again, he's saying it shouldn't be this hard to speak, especially as a comedian. It makes his job too hard because he's everything is scrutinized. And I thought it was a stroke of genius for not even addressing the LGBTQ or any of the, any of that. He didn't even address it. So I thought that was dope. Just, hey, man, well, do what y'all do. I'm here to do this. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like, I don't know. I shouldn't. I don't. I think sense of humors cross all genres and sexualities. You know what I mean? I don't think that has anything to do with that. And from our culture, we talk about this all the time, playing the dozens, Jank and Joan, and snapping on each other. That's what we do. That's our culture. Frying each other, roasting each other. That's what we do. So it's a part of the culture. So once again, people kind of show themselves like they don't like to crack jokes and participate in those things that go against other people. But when other people are cracking jokes on them, now they're getting butthurt. No pun intended. You know what I mean? They get butthurt and stuff like that. So yeah, man, I just think it's just not. I think that's all a part of control. And once again, these Leo Frankenites. these Frankenites, right? These people are the people who are pushing. They'll find like, okay, if you jump out the window on the LGBTQ, we got you on that. Oh, you jump out the window on black people, oh, we got you on that. Or you can say nigger and blah blah, oh, we got you on that. That's a form of controlling them as well. You understand? It's just ain't no freedom of speech for them either. People say whatever they want to say. There was hey, you want to show that clip of the teacher? The teachers in school talking to the kids?
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
Disgusting. Just really disgusting.
And this is what we're dealing with, though. We're dealing with this energy, and then we still allowing these people to educate our children. And they have these type of hangups and thought patterns, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they should not be educating our children at all.
At all.
And
the whole education system needs to be destroyed.
Burnt to the ground.
Period.
Burned to the ground.
And they have a nerve to be like, we're gonna make you send your children and participate in this madness. You know what I'm saying? No. And a lot of times, so many people are participating in shit. They looking at you like you doing something wrong, huh?
Of course.
Like, nah, you guys are capitulating. You guys are pushing this system that's hurting our children. It's not helping them. What are you doing?
There should be a reconstructed education system that's optional to place your child once you homeschool them to the age of a high school age. Those are my thoughts and feelings on that. There is nothing that middle-aged, Caucasian, white people, whatever you want to call them, there's nothing that they can teach any child of mine, anybody else's. And it took me a while to get to that place, but it's like a smile thing.
Well, even Umar Johnson believes in the prestigious Pell universities are better than black universities.
Well, I have like up close and personal experience with my brother-in-law's friend. He left Michigan State to go to FAMU, and they are, excuse my expression, they fucking her royally. Money, classes, everything.
Terrible.
It's very sad.
Terrible.
It's very sad.
We got some music in the background.
Very sad.
Yeah, man. We dealing with, man. It's getting crazy, y'all. It's getting crazy. Biddy. Shout out to DJ Cut Tack. Mo Can. Boogeyman, what up, though? Let's go. Thanks in the chat room, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. You already know, man. Only builders. Let's get it. Hey, y'all. I was gonna save the Nick Cannon joint, man. I think I'm gonna pull that up. I think it's real interesting. Shit, we done went this far. We might as well go ahead and go all the way in, man. Let's join with Professor Griff, Nick Cannon, man. We can talk about it because it's really interesting. Like I said, I'm still trying to figure out what exactly was the apology in that. Because once again, stating not only historical, right, and so a lot of people aren't as are not scholars. They're just believers in religious texts. They're not scholars in the text. They're just believers. So they believe what is told to them through sound doctrine. But everybody's doctrine is not the same, right? The Shiites is not the same as the Kurds. Certain type of air quote Jewish sects aren't the same as other ones. They have a different mindset, right? Kabbalists don't have the same mindset as these other guys over here, Sephardic ones, and I go on and on and on. Ashkenazi, y'all get the point what I'm trying to say. And everybody didn't come into it at the same time. So also people are writing themselves back in time in history by attaching themselves to biblical stories as well. You understand? This shit crazy. It's really crazy. But yeah, I think we're gonna have to, let me find that one though. Yeah, this video crazy. This kind of, for me, you know, kind of got things kicked back up. A lot of other things, you know, like when people share stuff from the minister and stuff, and they like, well, no, I'm sharing, so, you know, these people are sharing their spiritual advisor. They have rabbis that are doing, what is that, mitzvah, right? Well, do we agree with that? But that's their religious practices. And it's parents that put their children through that. That's their religious practices. We don't agree with that. You understand? That's the cutting the baby's foreskin, eating all, you know, blood and all that stuff. And their whole point is that it's a holy baby, purified is going in a holy pure mouth that has given these babies diseases. This is in the New York Times. This is not me saying this is what has happened. Okay? So we're gonna lie about Leo Frank and Frankenism. Don't get franked. You know what I'm talking about? It's a GOAT. Peace to everybody, man. Tap in, man. Dre Cobbs is in the building. I'm a Mob Magazine. Paul Ferrante. Fishing with Camo Joe. Yeah, man. Hey, man, yo, you guys missed the fight last night, man. Israel Adesanya got his ass beat for the third time by the same dude that beat him in kickboxing. This dude made the transition 5 years ago into MMA, and it was, I think, Israel was his fifth fight for the championship. It was a good fight. Got to the fifth round. Could have went either way, and Israel got the break speed off of her. Sheesh. Look bad. He's beating him, standing up, beating him to sleep, beating him back up. Like, it was crazy, y'all. It's crazy. But it was a lot of good fights, though, from the ones we seen, man. Hey, man. I think I went 3-2 for the 5 fights that we watched. Yeah, I went 3-2. It was all right, man. But the main fight was the Israel fight. I lost that, man. I was going with Israel, man. But I should have went with Pereira. He came in with the bow and arrow, pulling his arrow. He was on his Aztec shit. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. He just came in with a game plan, man. He had said something to the fact that speaking of Spanish, but he was like, one who gets beat up always remember who beats him up type shit. Like he was just like, this nigga was never going to beat him ever. You know what I'm saying? And the dude had an opportunity to beat him. He made some strategic blunders. You know what I'm talking about? So he got knocked the fuck out. Coppertone FOH apparel established in 2016. So you just reminded me of the comedy relief tonight. Hold on, y'all. Y'all need some comedy relief right now. Let's get this comedy relief. Hold on 1 second. It's missing me. You guys see this. Check this out. Hold on, I'm about to put it in the chat. Hold on.
I like comedy.
Hey, y'all about to crack up, man. When y'all see this shit right here, man. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all about to crack up. It's a go. DJ Cuttack. Shout out to Big Aboriginal Power, man. Doing numbers. You already know, man. That's my brother. Shout out to Ab TV. I think he's gonna be back up and running in a day or two, man. So shout out to Ab TV, man. Beachy guy. Shout out to Hawk School. Shout out to Jaguar. Y'all already know, man. Shout out to Ahanu Maruki L, aka the Tontonist one, man. Shout out to Truth. Shout out to Bronze, man. Shout out to Big Dog. Shout out to Sister Soul Main Radio. Y'all know, man. Shout out to Voorhees, aka Black Lotus Civilization. I be telling people, man, Lotus, man. I still ain't seen nobody fucking with that Seneca language 12,000 years in America. Man, like Lotus done dropped some shit ain't nobody never seen her before now. Just let y'all know, if ain't nobody paying attention, man. The niggas ain't over here regurgitating. Niggas over here discovery. That's Matthew Douglas Craig discovery and shit. You know what I'm talking about? Peace of God, man. You still in the back chat?
I got you. Put it up now.
Okay. Y'all about to crack up, man. Hey, y'all know, man, when somebody troll me, man, I play the troll what they trolling. I don't even care. Oh, shit. Who cares? Mo Can. DJ Cuttack. Boogeyman. Let's go. We got Garfield Rule in the building. Queens. Hey, man. Let us know where y'all tapping in from tonight, man. Put y'all city a country in the building, man. Hold on a second, okay. Hold on. Yeah, hold on, y'all gotta hear this. I might need to turn this on. Hold on a second, y'all gotta hear this shit. All right, let's get it. Hey, you welcome.
This is none other than the Honorable Captain Ali Bey. It's an honor. Let's get it.
That nigga name is Capitone Ali Bey. That nigga's an Ali Bey.
Hold on, let's get down to business, huh? What's the business, huh? We need to know, hey, somebody digitally tap Harris on the shoulders or ass and tell her, hey, it's about time, and who gonna be the nominees for the second annual We Are Here From America sweepstakes award show, my John, Why don't none of these stinking ass aboriginals ever replace the motherfucking Thanksgiving with the We Are Here From America powwow? And the powwow should be, the catering service needs to be sponsored by Sergeant Smoothie, but that should be the main thing that should have been created, but that ain't created, so I think that this shit is scam artists, Microphone check 1, 2, what is this? Hey, when I get time, I'm going to tap all of the digital Aboriginal leaders, church leaders, and Aboriginal TV over there looking like motherfucking Bro Sanchez, and where is the motherfucking powwow for Thanksgiving? And I know it ain't gonna be an award show this year. Imagine. Microphone check 1, 2. What is this? What's up? Hey, it's the G3, It's the Gemini gang, Be part of the Gemini gang, the G3s, Microphone check, I'm gonna tag Aboriginal Power TV, Empress Hovers, Fake Body, Sister Bethy, all the lights, all of the Aboriginal scam conscious leaders, Why none of you cheap motherfuckers ain't put together a powwow for Thanksgiving, Come on, And Chief Holiday, shit, I done gave you ample time, Do you have some heavy equipment jobs here in Florida, paying at least about $25 an hour starting now, I can't do nothing with no low rate custodian job going picking up cigarette butts out of parks and shit, Do you have the hookup or what, Or are you just capping? Microphone check 1, 2. What is this? How you doing? Let's get it, I need to. What a Thanksgiving powwow, Come on. But I'm gonna tag them, Somebody wants to know, What award show? What station, what channel gonna host the award show? Where is American Heiress? She done aired us out, I called out the award show last year, that scam of a scam, man. Look, everybody done hauled ass. They separate ways. Is Chief Holiday and Aboriginal Power even on speaking terms right now, Aboriginal Power is the Jay-Z of this shit, and Chief Holiday is as do G and Damien Dash talk. No, imagine, all of this shit. It was the death of the Aboriginals last year, Come on, I know. A bitch show up 800 and all, so that is Brother Sanchez doings over there on TV, Aboriginal TV. You done got a TV deal, my John, Come on, you damn near went to jail too, For what I heard, man, that was Sayaf, Come on, You done bubbled up, You damn near there, Aboriginal power is the new Sanchez TV, huh? Sponsored by, is it powered by Sanchez TV in the background? Imagine, ain't nothing wrong with it. Let's get it, huh? How y'all doing, huh? I did too much, man. Hey, let me get my 5 views and get the fuck out the way, huh? To all my children, huh? To all my worthless, horrible children out there, huh? The last stream I did you see all my children come up out the cuts and all of that, huh? I'm gonna have to stay out of their baby house for a while, huh? All them children, them children are touched with spiritual transmitted diseases, huh? Microphone check 1 2. What is this, huh? Other than that, how y'all doing? I just got on here. I was over in another sector, over in the California sector, and I mean, California is damn near the Easy E sector. If Texas and the Midwest,
you either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
May look at my story and be like, man, he's the biggest what if, blah, blah, blah. Right. What if I did?
That's y'all boy, Coppertone Ali Bay. Latrell's Tinswell, I think that's what he's going by now. Yeah, man. So,
I thought it was about to do some real comedy.
nah, I feel no comedy. So let's address the powwow, right? Or whatever he's talking about. You know, it's interesting, right? That people who criticize things that people are not doing, but they never can point to one iota of anything they're doing, right? Hey, man, I was thinking about putting together something for Thanksgiving. My community's coming out. I got my family, because most of us are going to be with our tribes, our family, and if some of us work, like, we're in the community, we're doing things, and some of us might just be on the chill, you know what I'm saying? But what you can't do, not just Coppertone, Ali Bay, but any of you, you can't have any criticism when you don't have anything to bring to the table. If a motherfucker was putting together a picnic or putting something together, you're not even talking about bringing no bottle of water, Pepsi, nothing, potato salad, nothing to it. Not even talking about supporting anything. This is another brother who's never supported anything. Now, we're going to do something Thanksgiving as well as Black Friday. We've been talking about it. A marathon. It's going to be great. Y'all going to see performances. It's going to be a lot of people, we're going to be getting together. We're going to be coming together. You never know. We might be recognizing some people. It's a lot of things going to be going on the 24th and the 25th of this month. As you guys know, we're moving over here. We're building. Remember, only builders 2022 at gmail.com. So I gotta talk about that, and we're giving to the community. We're empowering the community, empowering our people, right? America empowered, my brother. Now, you have to be able to say, hey, this is, even if it's constructive criticism, which we all should be able to take constructive criticism, my brother. Not saying that you can't have constructive criticism with no works. No, you can have some constructive criticism with something that you're going to do to help make it better. Right? Now, addressing you guys, this dude has my phone number, by the way, because he had a little problem. He was saying I wasn't accessible. I was acting Hollywood, and so I'm not none of that. But I don't have time for everybody. I got shit to do. We building over here. We ain't got time to be talking to somebody who just want to be a fan. And when I talked to him on the phone, he just groupied out. Like, so happy to talk to you on the phone type shit, right? And was never to talk about, hey man, I do heavy machinery work. I've been in Florida. Here's my credentials. Cause see, brother, this is how this works, right? If you do have some credentials, they definitely tap in and we can, point you to Indeed or something in your area, Manpower or something. Cause why I see it, you should be creating those heavy machine in Florida where you at. I don't live in Florida. You live in Florida. See the criticism there? You're not doing something for me, like a baby bird. Wait for somebody to put something in your mouth. That's not behavior of a grown man, brother. Okay? So I just need you to understand that, man. I could have roasted you, man, but I had to do an audible, man, because listening to that again, man, it's just really sad. It's really sad. I couldn't even laugh at it at the time, man, because it's just really sad listening to that, for real. Like people are just like, wishing that brothers don't speak or we don't know speaking terms and really? See the problem? See, we solid over here. See, we really love each other over here. Your brothers really don't have ulterior motives to hurt each other or to do anything to each other, brother. And you would wish that apparently you don't have that type of love or brotherhood because you did. You will understand what we're doing and you would be willing to join with us, my brother. Instead, you want to criticize or troll. Now he's calling himself internet troll. Once again, you got internet trolls that do good work, that criticize, that make people tighten their shit up. You know what I'm saying? So you're not gonna get no traction with that right there, my brother. And you actually got a future. That that's funny as hell, bro. I gotta say that's some funny shit. Funny as hell. You might need to lay off the sauce too, you guys. Sometimes, man, these guys don't understand, man. We might need to go to AA or something, my brother. Get yourself together. Real talk. But yeah, man, don't be a baby bird, bro, and wait for another man to put something in your mouth, bro. Like, don't do that. Don't wait on another man, especially me, to put something in your mouth, my G. That ain't a good look. Real talk. I just want to point that out. So you need to get off on your own 2 feet, man, and do something for yourself. Now, what we've been asking people to do is tell us about jobs and opportunities that you have in your area. But what we're doing is we're creating our own jobs, going and getting contracts for our brothers and sisters. So once again, don't criticize when you're not bringing nothing to the table. That's what irks me about it. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm not about to roast this nigga. I'm about to let him have it. Because once again, you're talking about some shit you don't know nothing about. And people like that are never going to bring nothing to the table. Even just want to find out information, whatever, just to try to have something to criticize. Okay, so let's just start there. Now I understand, you guys can't get any traction on your channels and stuff, and I get it. UPS is hiring, nigga. Okay, just remember that. So that's all I gotta say about that. Who's that right there? I cannot. Okay, wait a minute. That Wolf Back Hustler. Okay, shout out to the Wolf Back Hustler. Real shit. Yeah, man, that's what that was, man. That's your boy, man. Shout out to Mr. Brooklyn, aka Aboriginal King, my brother from another mother. Peace of the God, man. So yeah, man, I want to check out this lost band footage. Professor Griff over there with Nick Cannon on Cannon Class, man. I want to check that out, man. So we'll break that down. And we can chop it up. We're gonna get up out of here this evening. I don't know if have you checked that out yet?
I've not checked it out. I'm not familiar with it. I'm really not. So for me, a lot of this is like political, and so I'm not into the political thing when it comes to this type of stuff. I don't follow a lot on the mainstream platform. I probably should, but I don't. It's sometimes it's overwhelming because I get angry real quick.
Yeah, man. So I think it's really interesting. Hold on, beat on. Yeah, let's see what we got here.
But why not?
Yeah, okay, let me pull it up. Okay, it's back there.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna let that play in the background. Real slow. Hey. Mo Can, Audio visual, man. Tap in. Yeah, man. Shout out to Nick Cannon, though, man. Once again, you know. That's right. Hey, man, it's lost footage, man. Cannon class. Professor Griff, Nick Cannon. Let's go. Let's get it, man. Share us on all your social media platforms, man. Y'all never know, man. You really want to take the shit down, man. Hide the information, man. But I think this is a really interesting conversation that these brothers had. Let's just go from there, man. Let's get it. I might want to turn this off, man. I'm sure y'all can hear this.
Now, I want. All right, so to my understanding, now I want to thank our kid in the back of the program. He has set up a talk with a rabbi.
Right.
This is recently.
Right.
So, and I'm in front of a room full of Jewish people.
Right.
And I'm asking basic questions, and maybe you can help me out.
Right.
So let's look up the word anti-Semitic.
Right.
Who are the Semitic people? And then we're going to get to the public enemy thing.
Right.
So I looked up who is the Semitic people, and there's a list of Semitic people, and anyone can do this right now. You can look up who are the Semitic people, what are the Semitic languages.
Right.
Has absolutely nothing to do with any white people.
Right.
Not at all. So in order for me to be anti-Semitic, I'd have to be anti-black man, anti-black woman, anti-black people, anti-Africa, anti-all of the people.
Because the Semitic people
are black people.
So y'all get that clarity. We're gonna say that again.
Now,
the Semitic people are black people.
So I cannot be anti-Semitic. Now, what do they really use the phrase anti-Semitic to do? That's the thing.
To divide us.
Exactly.
Right.
So they put this title on you, anti-Semitic, and then they neutralize you.
Right.
Separated me from the group.
Right.
Say he's a Jew hater. He hate white people. He hate gay people. He hate all white people with freckles and red hair, whatever.
Right.
And they put that on me, which I never said these things.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? I just ran down the history given to me by my elders. And anybody can read this for themselves.
Right.
So it ain't a Professor Griff hating people thing.
Right.
Now, closer to what happened with the public enemy thing, the brother by the name of James Baum, one of the X1Ws in the group, gave me some information because he was in touch with the research department of the Nation of Islam in Boston.
Right.
Got the information, and we talk about the secret relationship between blacks and Jews.
Right.
It was a manual. It wasn't even a book then.
Right. Wow.
I got it. I went to Kinko's so I can get me a copy.
Right.
The brother recognized me. Oh, you that dude from Public Enemy, man.
Right.
For real. I said, yeah, bro, I got to get to this thing because I was the road manager, so I was responsible for everything. I gave it to him. The brother gave me a copy, but he made himself a copy also.
Yeah.
So that's a violation, but cool, bro. Whoever
he
you are.
He wanted some information.
He wanted some information.
He was hungry. He was thirsty.
Exactly. Okay. When I seen the brother again, dude gave me a box of them. And I gave James back his. So I read it. So now the spokespeople for the group, me and Chuck, we did all the interviews.
Right.
We sat down. We went to DC. We were doing the interview that day, and it wasn't even my interview.
Right.
Chuck's interview, he didn't want to do it.
Right.
So I sat down with him. Now, mind you, I'm the Minister of Information.
Right.
I got 2 suitcases now.
Right.
I used to carry with 2 suitcases full of books.
Right. Right.
And so I laid them all out on the table. So when I went into the interview, I was ready.
Right.
The first question he asked is
just like this. How we just got to lay it out.
Exactly. Who controls the music industry? Well, what more am I supposed to say? You understand? I laid out the names, the people, the organizations they belong to. I laid it out. Now, mind you, this is not coming from Professor Griffith. I wasn't hating nobody that day.
And was it in that statement? Was it just like was it white people, Jewish people, white supremacy? Like was it more just like you just kind of you weren't saying a hateful statement. You were just saying this is who controls it.
I laid out the names.
Right. Oh, so you specifically
you
said people's names.
Yes. People's names.
At that time, because this was what, 80, 89, 90?
Yeah, about 80, 89, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And you just said people's names. And
I laid it out, and I showed them the books.
Right.
And I looked it up and showed it to him. This paragraph says this. These people control film industry, TV, music industry.
And as we know right now,
these are the players.
When we talk about media, there's 6 major corporations that control all of media. Exactly. This is beyond the music industry. And this is, you were laying that construct down back then and naming names, calling them to the table. But even as we sit right here today, there's 6 major corporations that control everything that is delivered to you as we speak.
Exactly. So the 6 people can sit in this room and decide everything that we experience as far as entertainment. We watching the movies, reading the magazines. 6 people.
Right.
I laid that out. It wasn't a Jewish conversation.
Right.
It was about the music industry. The first 20 minutes of the conversation, we was laughing, joking, dapping each other up, talking.
Right.
His girlfriend walked in. We were talking about David Mills now.
Right.
He dropped dead on a movie set.
Right.
His girlfriend walks in, and his girlfriend's white and Jewish. Well, I'm from Roseville, Long Island. We don't have no experience with white people like that. So I'm like,
except for Howard Stern.
Exactly. So when she came and sat down, the complexion of the conversation changed. It became more, and I'm like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A couple of times he even pressed the pause button on the cassette.
Yeah, that privilege starts speaking.
Right. So now he had to change his tone because now the white Jewish girlfriend is sitting next to him.
Right.
And she's getting offended
by
me calling out the Cohens and the Moskowitz and the blacks and the
Right.
And I'm like, okay, but still no hatred involved. I'm just laying the history out.
We're just speaking facts.
When I finished the interview, he admitted and said to himself, you know something, this is the kind of stuff that can get you in a lot of trouble. And I'm like, now keep in mind now, I'm in my 20s.
Just like these conversations.
No, exactly. Exactly.
But fearless is. So, and you just saying what you're saying. You speaking facts.
Exactly.
There's no reason to be scared of anything when you're speaking the truth.
So I left that interview with what you just said with that.
Right.
And he faxed it to the Village Voice in New York.
Right.
Front page blew up. He went out, and it's like Professor Griff, anti-Semitic, blah 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 blah, whatever. And when I first told Chuck, he said, "So what? You told the truth. The truth is the truth."
Right.
Everybody's gung ho. Yeah. Griff dapping me
just
up.
What we saying right here.
Lifting me up on their shoulders.
Yeah.
A week or two later, I'm the boogeyman. I'm the bad man. I'm the this, that,
Griff,
the other.
Griff, we got to separate ourselves.
Exactly. And I didn't understand it from someone. And this is the painful part. From someone I grew up with, man, since I was 4 or 5 years old.
Right.
How do you do that?
Right.
How do you sit in a room and have one of your friends tell you who you fought with, who you ate with, broke bread with?
Right.
You know, how do you do it? Then a group of brothers that I came up with, the S1Ws, who, you know, we did everything together.
Fact.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the Public Enemy thing was Chuck and Flav, who was actually signed. Then it was me and Terminator, the Public Enemy Live thing.
Right.
Constitutes Public Enemy. I brought the S1Ws.
Right.
So when you talk about the money situation, it was Chuck and Flav, of course, then me and Terminator, and then check this out. Right. Out of my little money, I cut it up and paid them.
Wow. So it wasn't about the bread at all.
It wasn't about the bread at all because Chuck said, 2 years in, we out. We said, cool, let's shake the industry up and get out.
Yeah, y'all wasn't looking for, and that's the thing what people got to understand too, especially back then. Hip hop wasn't about money.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And the only place where you actually could make money because the hands that we
had it on lock.
They had it on lock. It was
Exactly.
slavery. Let's just keep it what it was. But live is where you could make money.
And that's right.
That's from the blues days all the way to today.
Exactly.
Where you seeing all these cats with all these diamonds and all that, that's because they getting 50,000 a night.
Exactly.
That's because, and back then it was 1,000 a night, maybe.
Thank you. And we're on a van driving ourselves.
Right. And it's 20 of y'all.
Right.
Splitting up $1,000 a night.
Exactly. So that's the real of it. And the whole idea of separating myself from these cats prematurely that we came up. Now let's keep the timeline in mind.
Yeah.
In the 86, 87, album's out.
Right.
All right. So 89 would have been it. That's it. We done.
Done. Because y'all was only set out to do Public Enemy for 2 years.
That's it.
Right.
So I was on time and I was on point.
You was right there where it was
called the players out. I shook the industry up.
The universe.
But now I'm the bad man.
Yeah.
Now I'm hated now because I told the truth.
Right.
How do you walk around with that in your chest, Nick? How do you do that?
Yeah.
How do you walk around with now, but because I'm the bad guy in the group, I messed it up for everyone, so to speak. I'm like, whoa.
Right.
This is not what we discussed in my mom's basement, in Miss Boxley's basement in the garage.
Right.
At 510 South Franklin. This is not what we discussed. We was gonna get in, shake it up, and we out. And so now I'm here where we didn't want to shake it up that bad. I'm like, come on, bro.
Right.
Oh, so
and it was just a simple conversation.
It was a simple conversation like we're having right now, bro.
And then, you know what? And because this is one of the reasons why I feel honored to speak with you, but I feel like it's so prevalent and so on time, is because what we're dealing with the Honorable Minister Farrakhan being silenced on Facebook and other platforms.
Right. Neutralized.
Neutralized.
Right.
Which COINTELPRO is still active to this day. And COINTELPRO, for the young people that don't know, the counterintelligence program. And when you say counter, it's like because we have so much intelligence and information, they want to counter that by destroying us, by neutralizing us, by silencing us. So what we're speaking of today, because they attempted to silence Minister Farrakhan right now, which is COINTELPRO actions and activations, and they did the exact same thing to you. Why? And this is just a question that I have, and even coming from the aspect of if the true children of Israel, if we're speaking of the Jewish community, if we're speaking of the Abrahamic faith that Islam comes from, that Judaism comes from, that Christianity comes from, all comes from Abraham. And we are all speaking of brotherhood and unity. Why is this division? Why is it such a problem? Why is there so much fear, specifically in the Black community, in the Jewish community? And I'm kind of, this is a leading question, which I want to get to, but why is it such a problem to speak the truth?
I think it's a problem, it became a problem for us because of the propaganda machine, but it's more of a problem for them,
right?
Because they've taken our birthright,
right? They don't want us to be them. Not
deeper than that. They don't want us to be us. They don't want you wrapping your head. They don't want. Nah, they don't. Now because you recognize,
right?
And now they identified you. Oh man, Nick knows,
right,
who he is, and then now the flip side of that, you know who they are,
right. So let's dive into it. Who are they? When we speak of, because this is where it truly is, and we talk about the 6 corporations, when we go as deep as the Rothschild, centralized banking, those the 13 families, the bloodlines that control everything, even outside of America. When we talk about the people who, if we were truly the children of Israel, and we're defining who the Jewish people are, because I feel like if we actually can understand that construct, then we can see that there is no hate involved. When we talk about the lies, the deceit, how the fake dollar controls all of this, then maybe we can get to the reason why they wanted to silence you, why they wanted to silence Minister Farrakhan, and they want to throw that we are having hate speech when it's never hate speech, when it's not. You can't be anti-Semitic when the Semitic, when we are the Semitic people, when we are the same people that who they want to be, that's our birthright.
That's our birthright.
So if that's truly our birthright, there's no hate involved.
It's not.
How did this message get so misconstrued?
When we came back to claim it.
Right.
When we woke up, when we came back to claim if you steal my bicycle when we were 6 years old, and you riding around the hood with my bike, and now I'm 12, and I understand.
I want my bike back.
I want my bike back, man. Now you're gonna kick up dust.
Right.
You understand?
And I'm brolic enough to get my bike back.
I know some techniques now. I want my bike back.
Right.
I'm coming to get my bike. You're gonna kick up dust. You might even have enough prowess and cockiness and wherewithal, because you've been riding my bike around. You made connections now, and convince other people that that's your bike.
You got a couple of bikes. You got a whole gang. You got a bike gang and I'm over here walking
right around. So now when I go get my bike back, yeah, you done painted the bike. You done put some new wheels on it. It really don't even look like
it
my
don't
bike.
look like
I
my
know
bike
that's my
no
bike.
more. Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So now I'm waking up and I'm like, bro, I need my bike back.
Right.
For real.
Right.
How do you know that's your bike? Simply because there's documents here. There's paperwork here. There's receipts here. You understand what I'm saying? They're showing and proving that that's my bike, and I'm here to claim it, man.
Right.
You have to give it back. So when you start hearing songs like Michael Jackson, hype me, kite me, and blah 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 blah.
Right.
Nah, you can't say that.
You can't say that.
When you hear Puffy talking about I'm getting paid or getting like the Hebrew.
Right.
You
They want to mute the Hebrew.
They want to mute that.
Right.
You understand?
Even though we are the true Hebrews.
Exactly. So we can't even tell the truth now.
Right.
Not on record, not on television shows, not on YouTube.
Right. And what is and again, because and you know, I talk to my brother Risa Islam about this all the time about certain things to where it's just the lack of understanding.
That's what it is.
Because we're not saying anything hateful, and that's the thing when they want to put that on the minister Farrakhan was saying when even the term white devils or just devils in general.
Right.
But when he was really speaking about the people who devalue our communities and themselves, and that's really where the word devil comes from and how he's speaking it. But they want to take the sound bites and say this is anti-Semitic. And so how does that occur and why does that occur? Is that great? Is that spiritual warfare, or is that just truly just us just silencing each other?
That's the psychological, covert, meaning hidden war on the higher infinite power healing our people.
Say that again. Hip hop is
higher infinite power healing our
people.
The higher infinite power healing our people.
It's
if it's higher, then it's gonna vibrate
on that
at the higher chakra.
Yeah.
And we're gonna connect. Sometimes, you see your homeboy, you up in the club, the music loud, y'all can't talk. You like, you know.
Yeah. Or when it's about to go down, the energy, you know.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. So if it's infinite and it's the power that's in us because of who we are as a people, Elijah Muhammad said we're direct descendants from God himself. When that hit me, I'm like, I got relatives, but I got the big relative. You understand what I'm saying?
Facts.
I'm a descendant, maybe from this tribe, that tribe, and that tribe, because I look a little Ethiopian or Eritrean or Somalian. You know what I'm saying? I'm connected to the source. But because I'm connected to the source, we have a higher infinite power. But we can take this power now to heal our people.
Wow.
You understand what I'm saying? And then delivering it that way, like the COINTELPRO, like those black organizations where they saw the Messiah coming up in the ranks. They says, no, we have to stop that.
J. Edgar Hoover said the most dangerous thing in America is the Negro, and when he's bringing us together. So I want to touch on something too, where we have this problem within our community, and then obviously even beyond the term God and defining ourselves as God. Why is that such a problem, and why is that so taboo in our community? Because I know you do this as well. You speak about it in your books, and even going back to the 5 percenters, the gods and the earths back then. Why is that such a problem? Even all the way to brothers like Kanye, where even his messaging can get misconstrued at times, but he was even professing, I'm a God, and our egos get to that point like, you ain't no God, I ain't no God. But ultimately, how do you define yourself as a God, and then why is that a problem?
I think the whole idea of having to define myself as a God is something that I don't necessarily want to wear on a t-shirt or a bumper sticker. I'd rather just be what the Creator created me to be. Now, let me ask just a couple of things so we can kind of contextualize this thing. You have an assignment, right?
Yep.
A life assignment.
Absolutely.
Created, deposited in you everything that you need to be you. Right?
Right.
You ever get to that point where you're not feeling kind of like you?
Right.
So now you got to be introduced back to who? You. All right? And you got to be reminded of your assignment on this planet.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So Creator, God, deposited aspects of the Creator inside of you.
Right.
The scripture says you're all gods, but you're a child of the Most High God. Sooner or later, you're going to grow up
Right.
and be gods with a small G. We ain't claiming the big G, just the small G.
Yeah, we're not saying we're the creator.
Exactly.
Right.
Everything divine in nature is within inside of you.
Right.
This is why when we talk about the law of correspondence, as above, so below, as within, so without, we can look at what we adorn the universe with, and it's right here.
It's all in us.
It's all in us. That's why we can duplicate.
The cosmos is inside us.
Exactly. And only thing we're saying is we're gods having a human experience called Griff and Nick.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
Now, what your assignment is?
Right.
Some people refer to that as different things. That's your life path.
Right.
That's what you've been assigned to do. But the thing is, have you accepted your assignment?
Right.
When you find people dealing with this whole psychology of self-hate, rejecting themselves and their divinity and who they are, see, when we hook up, there's certain things that you and I don't even really have to discuss because the divinity in me salutes the divinity in you, and we good.
Exactly.
You understand what I'm saying? And see, that's divine.
Right.
But you see, we can go back and study Greeks, Romans, European history, and they've called even some of the days of the weekend the months.
Right.
They call those people gods.
Right.
You understand? But we don't have no problem with that.
Right.
But the people that gave birth to civilization, you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Yet we can't consider ourselves gods. I think there's a misnomer there, man.
First go, if you truly descend from the greatest human beings in world history, and put a number one beside that. Let's go.
I want to go back to our community because, forget they for a second.
Okay.
Why can't
we
accept that we
because
are
we've been brought down to the point where we look at one another as just mere niggas.
Right.
Plain and serious. But Wesley Muhammad said it best. The nigga got to die. I'm just gonna say it straight. The nigga got to die. Wesley Muhammad put it out.
Yeah.
Because if the nigga die, and then now we can have this rebirth of the God.
Now let me play devil's advocate for us.
And please do. But we have to define what devil is. It's the adversary of God.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and there's attributes to the devil. But go ahead.
Yeah. So let me go to the
with the little
side.
with the little d.
With the little d.
All right.
So is that almost the same concept as eugenics? Or even when we type into W.E.B. Du Bois's aspect, because he was someone that was saying the black man has to rise above, or I don't know if it's the same term as like we got the nigga got to die, but is it that concept of saying, yo, I want a purer black man, or the black man has to understand that he is a god and the nigga has to die.
Well, let's
Isn't that same concept?
Kind of like the same thing, but let's clean it up just a little so the vast majority of our people can understand it. The Christians say what? You have to be born again.
Right.
So what happened the first time? Because God don't make mistakes. And all of them people running around in the Bible that never existed, never had Bibles. I don't think
say that again. Say that again. Because really what the Bible truly is just God's experience or man's interpretation of his experience with his God. And stories and allegories.
And those allegories and stories and things were stolen from who we are as a people. Right. That's our history book, so to speak.
Right.
Someone else kidnapped us, knocked us upside the head, put us to sleep, stole our birthright, and claiming that that's them.
Right. So the story of which you know as Moses is really Mesis and an Egyptian tale. The story of Noah is really the poem of the tale of Gilgamesh and all of these things.
Right.
These all come from the motherland. But going back to what you were saying in that sense of who we are and
right.
Who we define.
So W.E.B. Du Bois came forth and said the black man and woman in America is dealing with this double and dual consciousness.
Yes.
In a modern context, that's code switching. But right now, what is this dual consciousness that we're dealing with? Causing cognitive dissonance inside the spirit of the black man and woman. How do we have to wrestle with being Nick during the day and all the jobs and opportunities that you have and the resources that you connected to, but then you got to go be dad now.
Right.
You got to go deal with Mariah. You
Right.
Okay, because they don't know nothing about that. Okay, that's my daddy, but cool. But now, So the dual consciousness. What happens now when you operate in the world that's diametrically opposed to who and what you are as far as your existence is concerned? How do you operate in the world like that and then be you?
Right.
How do I be Professor Griff and still operate in the music music industry by telling the truth about the music industry? That's kind of difficult, man. I can't go home and take off and put on Professor Griff to go on stage. No, bro, what you see is what you get, man.
Right, facts.
I'm not Professor Griff on stage and then I go take it off and put on a costume.
But there's still a dichotomy, or there's still a duality in who you have.
That was the dual consciousness the double consciousness that W.E.B. Du Bois was talking about.
And that even goes back to maybe what was going on within Public Enemy.
Exactly.
You was always speaking your truth, but there's still, we got to know how to play. This is a game, and you're in it. So at some point, there's a line that's going to be drawn on that playground.
But you talking about the road manager for the group. I dealt with these people firsthand. The Coens and the Moskowitz and the
professionally.
And they respected that. That's why nobody crossed us like that. We got respect from the industry from top to bottom.
Right.
From the average kid in the projects who we used to give the tickets to.
Right.
To the executive people, man. I'm talking about booking agencies and promoters. And
right. And you wasn't acting like a nigga.
I was just being myself and standing up, being a real black man, and they respected that.
Right. And with the respect, there was also some fear because they wanted you to still. There was a line that you weren't supposed to cross. Right. Correct.
Man, not only that, but they wanted to put the fear thing back on the table to quote unquote let me know there's a line that you didn't cross. I never disrespected any Jewish people.
Right.
Ever.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Why? There's no need
There's no need to. Right. I just told the truth and dealt with them on a professional level.
So ultimately, are we saying that there's a certain group of people that maybe they're scared of the truth?
I think there's Jewish people, but I just think there's a group of Jewish people inside of that. You could call them Zionists, you can call them whatever.
So let's dig into that for a second, because that's where and even sometimes I find myself wanting to debate this idea, and it gets real wishy-washy and unclear for me when we give so much power to the theys.
Right.
When we talk, and then the theys then turn into the Illuminati, the Zionists, the Rothschilds, the Bilderberg, the Freemasons.
Right.
And as a community, I feel, and I've done this myself, I want to blame others for the position that I'm currently in.
Right.
And that often becomes when you say the privileged white girlfriend comes into the room and or the apologists or these people come in and say, why aren't you guys over slavery already? Or why are you always complaining? And why don't you do for yourself? Or pull yourself up by your own bootstraps? And my people were also oppressed. We hear all of this stuff all the time.
But they get billions every year.
They're saying there's some truth in it because we're often blaming and saying the days, but I would love to dive in real quick just for the people that are listening and watching, even specifically the Illuminati.
Right.
When we say, like, to me, I say fuck the Illuminati. I say it with heart so much so like, man, I don't give a fuck about the Illuminati because one, that's Roman Catholicism, which I don't subscribe to.
Right.
I don't care about this illuminated group of scientists that they thought they would really they had some information and they were illuminated. I feel like, and I've heard you say this, and I think I wrote down your quote that we are the
illuminated ones. Right.
So when this whole Illuminati that we hear about, I say fuck them. And I don't care about, because that's make believe when they want to say Jay-Z's an Illuminati and this boogeyman concept, and all the people wanted to say I was an Illuminati. I ain't no fucking Illuminati. I was like, black people don't even know how to spell Illuminati. Like, I done been to Jay-Z's house. Ain't no rituals going on over there. You know, so when I say that, why as our community, why when we get in the conscious community, why when we get on YouTube, we see all this shit of, oh, they done sold their soul to the devil, or oh, they throwing up signs. Like, I don't fuck that shit. Like, but I do subscribe to numerology. I do understand symbolism. I do understand that there's spiritual warfare going on. But I, as someone who came from the projects, somebody who still got cousins dying in shootings, who still be in these prison systems weekly, I'm not gonna put a they on the.
Why is that, Nick?
No, I'm God. When I know my power, I don't give a fuck about what they got or their story. When I know they want what I got. So why is it that we tend to give them so much power? And when did that come? And like, it has to be before slavery. It has to be before colonization, because even I've been to the motherland. They're divided now. Of course, colonization and the Europeans came in and kind of set some of that up.
Right.
But in tribalism, there had to be a hierarchy. There had to be a king and a monarch. And if I want to say I come from a king, if I want to say I am a god, I have to really embrace that and can't say someone else overpowers.
Right. Well, I think we need to understand the sacred sciences that you
That's a fucking fact.
that you know that we have.
Right.
There are some people that came in, sat at the feet of our ancestors and our people, learned and took that sacred knowledge.
Most and
exactly. And then second time coming back to the continent, plan to destroy and take everything.
We know the Europeans came in and raped and pillaged.
Exactly.
We know that.
Thus, seeing how we operate and how we move and the deeper sciences that we know. For example, the Dogon. The name of my company is Serious Minds.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
But when I talk about this, I'm talking about the Star Series.
Right.
How did the Dogon know that was out there? Unless we mapped that out. Unless we came from that place and brought that
beautifully designed
shoot up
out among us, and they crafted this society. And listen, let's just get something really, really straight. We are the first Freemasons.
Yes.
We are the illuminated ones.
Yes.
We are the first ones to establish secret societies.
Yes.
That's us as a people. They took all of that from us and set that up to rule what we call this present system that we live in right now.
Right.
They consider themselves illuminated ones among them.
Of them.
Because they put us to sleep.
Right.
So now
how did they do that though?
If we were so powerful, how did
and this is a question I hear a lot, man. They put us to sleep by taking the very thing away from us that we depended on the most. If I said to you, what is the most important thing that keeps your life, that wakes you up in the morning and keeps you moving and motivated during the course of the day? Whatever that thing is, if I took that from you, would you be able to exist?
Nah, you
no, right?
Took my essence away.
I took your essence away. And then what if I fed you the wrong food?
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right,
so now you're not getting the nutrients.
Right.
The essence of you was taken away from you. All right. And then I moved you from one location to the other and mixed you up with some people that you can't even really communicate with. Right. And I did this over a period of time in different places on the continent, because we haven't talked about brothers and sisters in Brazil yet.
Right.
In the Black African diaspora.
That's the most Africans went to.
Exactly.
To South America.
But the job that they did on us here,
lies
or sleep. Right. The last time you ever got that sound sleep?
That deep sleep.
You not only need an alarm clock to wake you up, but somebody to come and shake you
for a minute.
And then even when you get up, you're kind of groggy.
Yeah, right.
But so you have to be brought back. And then when you woke, as they say now, the essence that they stole from you has to be put back in you. Once that started happening, that's when we said earlier, they waking up, man. We cannot allow that to happen.
And we see that it actually.
But guess who? I don't mean to cut you off, but guess who is behind the people that's saying that? They call themselves the Illuminati. We didn't call them that. Really? The holders of the light.
Really?
The light bearers.
To this day?
Still to this day, they consider themselves the light bearers. But now they hide it in different organizations and fraternities and sororities and groups and secret societies.
Because I feel like there's like even Trump and this government in America, and we talk about, like, I consider those people the elite. Those are those top 3% or even that top 1%. But I'm not even sure if those are the people, this government, this Americanized government, are those same people that we're speaking of.
No, they're not.
And it's just for the clarity. That's what I want to put out there.
No, they flunkies. They pawns on the chess game.
So and like, can we give these people another name? Because even when I feel like we talk about the Illuminati and like again, like
let's demystify it then.
Yeah, like let's really break it down, because I feel like that's where we get it becomes the boogeyman. When we talk about, and even like when we talk about these meetings, like the Bilderberg Group, which was a meeting that goes on in Europe once a year with the most powerful people in the world, the most powerful people in media, presidents, kings, queens. Queen Elizabeth be there. These are the richest people. These are the elite. They actually meet on world affairs, and where the Bilderberg Group they housed it and were like, "Ooh, we want to bring powerful people together to show how we can make the world a better place and have this meeting." That's what they say.
That's what they say.
But ultimately, they're saying, what messaging,
domination and world control,
are we putting out there? And then when we go and we speak about the new world order, I have this question for you: Why is the new world order a one world government, domination, world control? Why is that so dangerous? Why is that a bad thing? Why isn't that a good thing? Why can't we subscribe to say, oh, we just want everyone to come together? We want everyone to we want the nations to unite. We want a united nation. Why is that dangerous?
I had the pleasure of having some brief conversations the other night in Brooklyn, New York, at the Barclays Center, behind stage with Erykah Badu. She did a video, window seat.
Right.
Then she did a couple other videos where she literally was walking through and disrobing.
Right.
And,
where JFK was
assassinated. Right. And gunshots rang out and she bled blue blood. See where I'm going with this?
See where you got the blue blood.
The blue bloods. So regardless of what we call them.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
And let's see if we're going to go to blue blood, going back to understanding a blue blood is a European person because they don't have pigment in their skin that you can see their blue veins.
Exactly. And blood is blue until oxygen, the air hit it, and it turns red.
Right.
Democrat Republican Party.
Red and blue, blood and Crips.
Exactly. They set that kind of thing, Hegelian dialectic principle.
Yeah.
The opposing forces controlled by the same people.
Right. So then let's go to what it really is then. When we talk about the power of melanated people, when we talk about who we really are as gods and understanding that our melanin is so powerful and it connects us in a way that the reason why they fear black, the reason why they fear is because the lack that they have of it. So then when you see what Dr. Francis C. Welsing talked about is that fear and that
genetic annihilation,
deficiency of when you have a person that has the lack of pigment, the lack of melanin, that they know that they will be annihilated. So therefore, however they got the power, they have the lack of compassion. That melanin comes with compassion. Melanin comes with soul. That we call it soul. We soul brothers and sisters. That's the melanin that connects us. So the people that don't have it are a little, and I'm gonna say this carefully, are a little less. And where the term actually comes from, because I'm bringing it all the way back around to Minister Farrakhan, to where they may not have the compassion or the when they were sent to the mountains of Caucasus, when they didn't have the power of the sun, that the sun then started to deteriorate them. So then they're acting out of fear. They're acting out of low self-esteem. They're acting out of a deficiency. So therefore, the only way that they can act is evil. The only way they have to rob, steal, rape, kill, and
fight or flight
in order to survive.
Exactly.
So then these people who didn't have what we had, and when I say we, I speak of the melanated people.
Right.
They had to be savages. They had to be barbaric. Because they're in these Nordic mountains. They're in these rough, torrential environments. So they're acting as animals.
Right.
So they're the ones that are actually closer to animals. They're the ones that are actually the true savages. And then they built up such this I don't want to say warrior, but they built up such this conquering barbaric mentality that they're coming out of Europe. They then said, in order for us to survive, we have to take what's not ours. And then they went into the land that actually where we are originated. And instead of trying to make friends, they said, we want what you got. Because there's this mentality of whether it's the Caesars or even that we have to conquer.
Right.
So I say all that to say the context, and when we speak of whether it's Jewish people, white people, Europeans, the Illuminati, they were doing that as survival tactics to stay on this planet.
Right, because
we never had to do that.
Right, because they've learned when they circumnavigated the globe and they ran into these islands and these places, and we were already there to greet them.
Right, with open arms.
With open arms, teaching them, but they
were deficient.
They were deficient, so they wanted to get what they thought we had, and we did have it. So the rape took place of the woman. The theft took place of the natural resources.
And then that's when their disease, that's where their mentality, because I'm trying to get to that place of how they were able to get control over the gods. How they were able to get control over their
once they learned that, though, and now they raped and impregnated, left and came back, and they saw the child lighter, they said, wow, that's when they learned genetics, genetic annihilation. So now you have to set up a system of white supremacy to control that.
Right.
So now we have 13 families.
But that didn't happen in Africa. That happened in America first. Truth, what's up, bro?
Man, peace to the guys, man. What's going on, man?
Yeah, man. Speaking of Bobo, man, got Nick Cannon and Professor Griff out here, man. How you feeling?
I see it. I'm chilling. Little tired, man. Get ready for this trip and shit.
Yeah, man, safe travels.
Yes, sir. Yeah, your town. One night on.
Okay.
Well, like 4 hours. We got layout.
You ready to go down south, man?
You say what?
You ready to head down south?
Well, yeah, too.
Joy Lake.
Oh, yeah. They're coming at, right?
Yeah. We'll be all over though, man. Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Texas, Tennessee, Missouri. Hey, Miss Me, what do you think so far? What you looking at?
I'm learning a lot right now.
Yeah, they definitely dropping jewels.
Definitely.
You know, we can talk about some of the stuff because once again, the old African narrative. Listen, the Europeans did not get into Africa until the 1900s. Period. And they got powerful and industrialized off of us here in America. The same thing that we're doing for every other body else's country. We did it for Europe first, just like we did it for Asia. Like these places were third world countries. They're not third world no more because they got owned off of us. They're still owned off of us right now today. Period. We're working harder for everybody else. That's a problem. Well, yeah, we get back into this.
Now we got to set up same system. Now you're talking about survival. What you just laid out. Now it's fight or flight. Now we have to set up these systems in order to survive.
Right.
But listen, not just survive to get some damn some hamburger buns and some cheese. I'm talking about on the genetic level.
On the genetic, because they will, and that's even from the white nationalists to the white supremacy mentalities to Donald Trump himself wanting to build walls.
Right.
They're trying to keep what they consider purity.
On a subconscious
they're trying to stay alive.
Because sometimes they don't know why they acting out.
It's just been proven. It was National Geographic just put it out by 2050. Every person will be a person of color.
In a minute.
They saying that's as soon as 2050.
So let me ask you something. So what is the subconsciousness saying? What's the fear? The subconscious said, I gotta survive.
Right.
What do I have to do?
That's what it's been from the beginning with the
how do you
melanated
do that
people.
How do you do that and show love? I gotta take natural resources because I may not be here in a minute. I gotta bomb these people back to the Stone Age because I'm not gonna be here in a minute because I gotta be able to dominate.
War was created.
Exactly, and control and dominate people. I have to survive on this planet.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
And as you call it, this the Griff quote right here: "Life is living in fear of extinction."
Right. So, and that's what operating on a subconscious level. So they fear. So Dr. Francis Cress Welsing says, when you show up, they view a grown, 6 foot tall, 230-pound black man the same as they do a 4-year-old.
Yeah.
Because in us is the genetic material to annihilate them.
Ooh, and it's their fear of God.
It's their fear.
It's their fear of God.
Exactly.
And then for everybody, because I'm bringing it back in context again, because just so you know, we keep referencing, you know, the great Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. Get that book, The ISIS Papers. If you haven't, it's essential. And in Griff's book first, get the Warriors Tapestry. He says that book, as well as so many others, that everything that we're talking about, like it has been kept secrets, but it's not a secret. These books are out there for you to actually read upon, and they're all facts. Nothing. That's where I just wanted to get to. I didn't want to keep creating this boogeyman of they.
You have to demystify who these people are.
We got to get to when we talk about who the original man is.
Right.
Is the original melanated man coming from the place that we call Africa, which I always find this so amazing and compelling, that Africa was named Africa by the Europeans, and Europe was named Europe by the Africans.
Ain't that something? I had a conversation with one of the Lost Boys from the Sudan.
Wait. How does that make sense? How is Africa named after Europeans, Jack, and Europe is named after Africans? Truth? Is there a problem in Houston right now? What's going on?
Man, that shit sounds crazy.
I mean, they say a lot of pseudo shit, but I gotta address this. All right, so check it. What language is Africa?
What language?
English.
Well, it would be technically a derivative of Latin, right?
True.
Okay. We know Latin doesn't come from Africa, correct?
Correct.
So what language is Europe?
Would it be Latin?
It's Latin as well. So that means that neither one of those come from Africa. So we know that the Africa is the name. But guess what? Guess where Latin also didn't come from? China. It didn't come from Europe. So where did it come from? If Latin doesn't exist in Africa first, doesn't exist in Europe first,
Well, it has to
it had to come from somewhere else, right? So there's a place called Latin America, right? And just because they name something Latin, they call it Latinizing something. That means that they can rename something. Like China wasn't called China or Mandarin, right? They don't speak Mandarin. Like when you look at their letters, you be like, what the fuck is that? Like calligraphy, right? So they don't have A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Neither does a lot of these people. But these people created these people's alphabets, created their language. Guess who these people were? Oh, the German Jews. Don't fuck with me. Please don't fuck with me. I promise this will be a problem. Oh, the same people that set up the banking, set up your school system, set up your banking system, whatever. Oh, how did they take over everything? I wonder how they took over everything. Really? We got grown-ass men scared to speak. And that shit still didn't work. They like you said a little bit too much. Apologize. We're going to take your show. You know what I'm saying? Come on, y'all. Like, what are we doing right now? But, so when we talk about Indo-European, right? Indo-European languages. See, once again, you'd be like, oh, they're Indo-European languages. That mean they're European languages. Okay, well, they were Latinized still. Somebody still Latinized those words. Latinized, you understand? So people be like, it's comes from Greek. And then you be like, well, what's Greek? And then you look what Greek is, and you're like, well, that looks block letters, and it looks like this, and that. Until it's Latinized, you wouldn't recognize it. And it's not Latinized. Remember? Latin languages, Latinized like Italian. Italian language was brought there. Spanish was brought there. French was brought there. English was brought there. It didn't come here. It was brought there. See the difference? See how that works right there? See, so it's European. Europe wasn't named after Europe, as well as Africa wasn't named after Africa. Period. Respect it or check it. I fucking dare anybody. I dare you. We show too much. We show this too much, and you ain't gonna be able to show me shit. Some stone that you can go back about 300 AD, 300 BC. That's about it. And when they tell you about that stone, different people came and wrote on the stone. Oh, who did that? Where did it come from? We have more ancient shit. Once again, shout out to Lotus, Seneca language. We call it Seneca because Seneca is Latinized. That's new. But it's ancient script in America that's 10,000 BC that everything else comes from somewhere else. So all the language you see in Africa, all the language you see in Europe, all the language you see in Asia come from America. How about this? Respect it or check it. How about that? And we tell y'all, we've been telling y'all for years that civilization comes from America. That means language, that means math, that means science, that means every fucking thing comes from America. Boats, making boats. So when you see motherfuckers selling, oh, they came back, or they came here, whatever. That's the first time they came here in 1492. That's the first time somebody sailed here in 1400s AD. Really? When we have overwhelming evidence of scientific evidence that people were selling before, during, and after what is called the Ice Age. Before, during, and what is called the fucking Ice Age. That's why they had to put that in the trash and go with Clovis 1. Oh, it went back further. We got evidence of people as well as been selling in America longer than that. Okay, we got to go Clovis 2 now. And niggas just keep going with the same dumbass shit. I promise you, nobody you're never going to be able to refute this, ever. And guess what? This is new. Motherfuckers talking like they know. No, it's not. No, this is new information. Because motherfuckers been hiding it 70, 80 years. I fucking dare y'all. I dare you. I fucking dare you. Motherfucker be like, I'm Lenape. That shit was made in 1964 by guess who? Oh, German Jews. Let's be clear. Let's stop playing with this like it's not a real thing. We know specifically what these people been doing to our people. And how they have used our people as and these gatekeeping ass niggas continue to keep working for these people. And the only reason why they saying something because the people is applying pressure on their ass. And we're gonna keep applying pressure on y'all punk ass niggas. I'm not buying shit else from none of these niggas ever again. I promise. I'm not buying a record. Nigga, I wouldn't even bootleg y'all motherfucking movie. I swear to God, I promise I'm never giving these motherfuckers a dime. Fuck is wrong with y'all, man? We up here. See, we love. Some of you motherfuckers can't go wait to get in some motherfucking Balenciaga and some fucking Gucci, some fucking Louis Vuitton. You can't fucking wait. And it's the same for niggas that can't wait to go buy some fucking Adidas. Fuck is we doing? And niggas find excuses not to fuck with their own people. Or go base something for themselves so somebody else can get something from you. Nah, nigga. So y'all can't tell me shit. None of y'all. You better shut the fuck up. Because I promise there's no fucking way you're going to tell me that you keep telling us that, really? Africa was named after Europeans. Really? But Europe was named after Africa. Interesting. So Europe is an African language? No. Africa is a European language? No. See how this work? Don't fuck with me. Just because some Europeans created it in the 1800s and pushed it in the 20th century, don't fuck with me, man. Hey, bro, I promise, man, it's gonna be a problem. I promise. Hey, true. They act like motherfuckers don't. Hey, we're not in the rabbit hole. We're not still researching, bro. They act like we're not working over here.
Motherfucker, Alex and Water.
This shit crazy. I'm reporting live and direct in the motherfucking rabbit hole right now. Y'all crazy as hell. I can't believe it. And then we sit here and watch these people. Man, fuck gold platinum niggas, man. Real talk at this point, man. I was gonna kind of be cool, man, but at this point, bro, this shit is overwhelming. Fuck you, Leo Frankenites. How about that? Fuck is you talking about? And you got a fucking nerve. Like they can't even name no time when some nigga did something to they punk asses. I can't even. Man, listen. Where it happened at? But I bet you could turn it back around and name a bro. Planned Parenthood, NFL, NBA, Boy Scout, versus Board of Education,
NAACP.
Man, nigga, every fucking thing, nigga, you niggas is behind it. How about that? Stop acting like you motherfuckers ain't got nothing to do with shit. You niggas is behind every fucking thing, bro. Now we gotta stop walking on fucking eggshells on these motherfuckers, man. Real talk. Niggas act like they brand fucking new, act like they don't know who the fuck the motherfucking villain is in this motherfucking story. How the fuck is this the same people? Big Pharma. Bitch, you a Big Pharma. And they know it. How the fuck is you? Hey, guess what? ADL, why y'all ain't hammering Big Pharma then? Saving fucking lives. Why y'all ain't going to Big Pharma and saying, hey, guess what? Y'all killing Americans. Y'all killing people all around the world. Guess what? We're going to hammer y'all into submission. Guess what? We're going to go to banks. We're going to make them banks stop banking with you motherfuckers. When did they do that? Stop fucking lying to the American fucking people. And you weak ass Americans, stand the fuck up. That's y'all fucking problem. You niggas is cowards. How about that? Fucking cowards. And niggas kill me. Always. Niggas love. I don't have no problem doing shit to each other. But the motherfuckers that doing shit to us, you can't even speak on them. Are you serious right now? You niggas, man, don't make another motherfucking video, nigga. How about that? I don't even want you motherfuckers talking about you woke, fake ass woke niggas. Shut up. Fuck is y'all talking about, man? The kids, no, man, no, I'm not listening. Jalen Rose punk ass on him. I ain't don't believe in, this is somebody I respect. Nigga. It was a fake ass apology. Kareem, shut your old ass up, nigga. All you niggas, man, shut the fuck up. And y'all know that you dead ass wrong. They know they fucking ass wrong. You don't see none of them, not even Rosenberg. No, not one. Bro, even the ones that don't agree with it still on code with their own people, man. We the only dumb motherfuckers. Yeah, I don't agree with everything that somebody says. Do you know about anything? No. You're dumb then. You should shut up. It's because you got a fucking Twitter page or something. Nigga, shut up. Niggas don't know shit. And you cannot speak, especially if you working for these people, man. You niggas is proving Kanye's whole fucking point. He was at least man enough to say, man, fuck it, I can sacrifice some shit. I can sacrifice some stuff to let my people know what's going on. At least that little nigga has been consistent. You niggas ain't did shit. How about that? Talking all this dumbass shit all the time. Nigga ain't did. You can't even name nothing right now. You niggas even planning for. How about what happened in 2022? I'll wait. I'm waiting. What happened in 2022 for niggas? I will fucking wait. The fuck y'all build in 2022? I'll wait.
Not a damn thing.
Fucking nothing. So you niggas can't say shit. Shut the fuck up. They ain't built shit. You ain't talking about building in 2023. Well, maybe in 2024 we get somebody else in office. Why the fuck we gotta wait? You niggas ain't. Oh my God. No, I'm done talking. There's no more talk. There's no more talk. I think niggas are gonna stay inside. I bet you that. I think y'all gonna stay inside. How about that? Everybody. No, go black, everybody, bro. We not playing with y'all no more, bro. Stop playing with niggas. Stop playing like we stupid. We don't give a fuck. How about that? How about that? We don't give a fuck. We're gonna start exposing you motherfuckers. We do not give no fucks over here. Fuck the ADL. Fuck all y'all. How about that? Fuck is you talking about? Punk ass nigga. Y'all think I give a fuck about this YouTube fucking channel, you bitch ass niggas? Motherfucker like the work gonna stop, nigga. Nigga might have more time to be outside with this shit. You bitch ass niggas. Can't believe you punk ass. Oh no. Hey bro, we was even talking about have we ever seen anybody stand up ever? How the fuck we see? Yo, that should be a thing that happen all the time. No, motherfuckers stand up all the time. This is a thing that this is a thing that men fucking do. Stand up. Y'all better shut the fuck up. Their biggest problem is Charleston fucking White. Really? Each other. Ain't nobody else. Goldblatt them, they hammering every motherfucking body. Y'all ain't doing shit. Huh, what y'all gonna do to Charleston White? What y'all gonna do to each other? Y'all ain't talking about doing nothing to nobody else ever? I bet I never hear about a nigga talking about doing nothing to nobody. Nigga, you ain't talking about doing nothing to nobody else? What did y'all build in 2022? How many jobs did y'all create for our people in 2022? Are you fucking serious? And you got a guy talking about creating jobs, you getting land and doing this and whatever. You would think, oh my God, the people will get behind that, right? No. They didn't do that. They didn't get behind that. Make every excuse. And all these church people, you would think they're not Jewish people. Why are the church people turn their back on Kanye? And is there no more motherfucking Sunday service no more? Huh? Somebody got to explain this to me.
Sometimes you can't.
They can't explain it, can they? They're never going to explain it.
Not at all. You can't. But we know how.
Well, talking about they billionaires. Who's that talking about? I'm from one that's Shaq. You stay at Walmart too much, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? Where's the jobs you created for people, man? Talking about his kids, they gotta do something on their own. You fat fucking, are you fucking serious? Because it's dumb as hell, bro. I don't care no more. I really don't care no more. Real talk. I really don't care no more. I'm just keeping it real with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Heard Jay-Z say something. I think it was an old clip, but I hadn't heard it before, right? Like he was speaking on Kanye. And basically people they see things in different perspectives. Fuck all that, man. Fuck all that cryptic talk. Fuck all that playing, bro. Hey, bro, we ain't nobody got no time to play with you niggas no more. I promise. Niggas do not have no more time to play with y'all, bro. Like, niggas, this shit really going on out here, and niggas out here playing. All you fake ass rappers, shut up. Be crying again the next funeral. Really? Shut up. Fake ass fans. Fuck all y'all. Y'all stupid as hell, bro. Ain't nobody playing with you motherfuckers. I promise ain't nobody playing with y'all. Fuck out of here. And this don't apply for you if you ain't a fake motherfucker. Let this fly. Okay? Please let it fly. But if it apply to you, my bad. Real talk. Y'all ain't gonna tell me shit. Whole bunch of punks. What do you call them? Glorified punks. Y'all some punks, man. I promise. Oh my fucking God. Oh God. Had they always been punks like this? Truth, we just didn't know. Cause we didn't get social media and shit. All these niggas have always been punks like this, bro?
Nah, man. No way, bro.
Shit. I don't know, man. Them niggas been punks for a long time, though, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie.
It's been a long time.
Been punks for a long time. Real shit. I just can't believe it, y'all. Well, y'all gonna get back into this canon class. It's almost over. God damn, man.
That's
terrible.
And I just came back from Uganda, and it's so when you look at it, they don't say, "Hey, I'm African."
Exactly, they don't. Right.
I'm from Uganda, or I'm from my family. They don't. We call it Africa. like African American.
Right. Now, hold on 1 second. Now, let's look at America.
Right.
We say, well, where you from? I'm from Detroit, man.
Yeah.
We don't say we're Americans.
Yeah.
See, it's the same dynamic.
And especially when you're in the, I'm from Long Island. I'm from this street. I'm from this exit. I'm from Brooklyn.
Exactly, man.
You say your whole address.
I'm from this block.
Yeah, and then on the West Coast,
Same thing with the brothers in Africa.
Southeast San Diego, over there up through the, like from such project.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Same thing with the brothers in Africa. They don't identify with the whole idea that the place was called Africa.
Yeah, they tell you they tribe.
It was more tribal, man. And right now, we need to find our tribe.
That's all it is, the lost tribes.
Exactly.
And it goes back, and it goes all the way back to where you were not being anti-Semitic, because that's impossible. You were just speaking the truth and talking about your community, your tribe, and how others have came and taken from your tribe. So, which I would love to jump and just divert just original hip hop, and I love how you define hip hop, the higher infinite power healing our people,
right?
And you where the state of hip hop is today. And you said something so powerful, man. And I want the people to hear this when you said they killed all the bigs and birthed all the littles.
Ooh, yeah.
And if you think about when you say from Big L, Biggie Smalls,
right?
You know what I mean? Even the idea of then we birthed. No offense to none of these brothers, but the little Zans, the little Waynes, who is my brother,
the little and the young ones,
the young, but just that mentality of we used to want to call ourselves big this, and now you want to be little pump, little this.
Yeah.
Where did that come from? Is that spiritual warfare?
Ooh, that's psychic and spiritual warfare, man. That's that psychological war. See.
And then I love the way you break this. These are textbooks, people. Get this from Griff. Like, he got the pictures on every page, and he breaks all the symbolism down. And that's what I'm saying. This what we just said is all in here.
Right. So the whole idea of the warfare that they're waging against us is on a psychological level. So psychology is not the study of the mind. Psyche in ancient Kemet is the soul.
The soul.
So they're waging a hidden covert war on the souls of black folks.
Wow. Which goes back is where our melanin is.
And the whole idea, the whole idea of killing off the bigs and producing the littles, that is part of it.
Right.
What better way to do that? Yeah. Now you got a whole generation of MCs, rappers coming up. Little this one, young that one.
Right.
As though you will never grow up and grow old and become a man.
You're gonna be little forever.
You're gonna be little for the rest of your life. So you come on now on television shows sucking the pacifier in the baby bottle. You understand what I'm saying? And we have to understand that particular
in a skirt or a dress.
And they forgot that sister. Exactly. Right. They forgot that Sister Soldier said, "We are at war. We're at war for the hearts and minds of our people, man. We have to understand that, man."
Right. And one thing I want to talk to again, I'm gonna play the advocate of the opposing advocate, as we call it, because I dealt with this personally on a personal level, and I would love to have some discourse with you about the emasculation of the black man,
right?
Specifically in the media. And the only reason why I feel like this is a good place to go, because from the big to the little conversation, because of now is the male to the female, and we got everything now, which is ridiculous. To we got Snapchat filters turning our brothers into good. I done seen some of the most gangster people I know put this Snapchat filter on to see what they would look like as a woman, to where like all the way to like, man, if there was a wig and some makeup sitting right there, take the digital aspect out of it. Right. If there was a wig and some makeup right there, yo, Griff, put this on, man, I see what you look like.
Exactly.
Would you do that then? But we will do that with our phones and our screens, and we'll send it and we'll post it for the likes
forever.
So say that though. In media, and I salute my brother Dave Chappelle and so many other. We've all heard the famous story where he said Hollywood tried, there was a dress hanging in his and Martin tried to put him on it. And some of the brothers that I look up to and will forever look up to, from Eddie Murphy to Martin Lawrence to all of these people, have to in entertainment put on the dress. And a lot of people say they're selling their soul. And I'll go all the way back to my own personal story as a kid growing up on Nickelodeon. And not seeing any harm in it at the time in the 90s, did a skit where I dressed up as a girl. I mean, we in the inconvenience store and we ghetto girls, and like they wouldn't the skit on Nickelodeon. They wouldn't even allow something like that to air today because we ghetto with the nails, and we really all I'm doing is imitating Martin Lawrence and Jamie Foxx, what they did with Shanae and Wanda, and all they were doing imitating Flip Wilson. What he did with Geraldine, and what our strong brother Richard Pryor was doing in This Way Is Up, and classic movies and things that we seen who we consider the greats do coming before us, but we're not seeing that psychological warfare of they want to, which Dr. Francis talks about is when we see these images of, because there's a lack of fathers already, there's a lack of male figures, and we understand the Black woman is the ultimate creator, but when we are emasculated and we don't know how to be men, and we think it's a joke and we think it's funny, and I see it like now. I don't regret anything in my life, but when I see the 18-year-old version of me prancing around for the joke in a dress, in a wig, I'm like, damn, like was that me just being damn? I'm as heterosexual as it gets, but the messaging that I was putting out there, and then not that there's any, I mean, as to each his own. What you do in your bedroom in the dark at night, that's your business. But to me, as I know, was I used as a pawn as a young boy to make people? I'm thinking I'm making people laugh, but was there a psychological warfare?
All right, well, let me ask you something. Did the laughter die down? Did you grow up?
I definitely grew up.
Now, what would this Nick Cannon say to that one? Bro, look at me though, bro. I want you
yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
So what would this Nick Cannon say to that one now?
The information that I just said, I would give that, but I would still say make your own choice.
Right, you know the price that you're going to pay for that though now.
Right.
You woke up.
Right.
And now you got to talk and speak to that young brother that put on the dress. The dress. So when I laid it out though,
but I wouldn't judge that one. I wouldn't tell.
Right. We don't have to judge.
I would give them the information.
This is life lessons.
I would give them the ISIS papers.
Right.
I didn't read the ISIS papers when I was 18. I didn't understand that there was a greater mission to destroy us.
Right.
I thought I was just there to make them laugh. But even as for someone who was awakened like a Richard Pryor, still would say, yo, there's nothing off limits when it comes to entertainment. You said, you got to get their attention first. And whether it's putting on a dress, whether it's calling yourself little this, whether it's making a song about shaking that ass, like to when we talk about brothers like Nipsey and his gangbang affiliation and its terminology that may not be helpful on the surface, but when you see the brother's beautiful spirit, when you know my ultimate mission, when you know that ultimately these are brothers that are trying to help the community, but we got to get their attention first.
Right. I got a friend of mine, Black Dot. He wrote a book called Hip Hop Decoded.
Okay.
He said in the book that they take the lowest essence of our culture and give it maximum exposure. You understand? Black Dot said they take the lowest essence of our culture and give it maximum exposure.
So that's why we glorify our strip clubs. That's why we glorify our gang.
And it's over the top for many reasons. And you mentioned one, for the laugh.
Right.
Now it's for the bag.
Right.
Now it could be for some other reasons.
Right.
I want to buy my mama a house, and we give it all the excuses and the reasons. At the same time, the ultimate agenda is taking place. We're falling right into it.
Right.
The ultimate
but it's
plan,
always been that, because that's the reason. Like, I wanted you to say that again, because I want to go all the way back to Step and Fetch It. I want to go all the way back to
But if you went back there, some of them brothers didn't have a choice, so to speak.
Right.
Because of the degree of poverty.
But do we still have the choice now? Does the NBA YoungBoy, does Kodak Black, they don't have a choice, but because they're living their truth. All they saying is, this is all I know. So
on all of my material, I put my phone number out there and I put it out free. They have a choice, bro, because they could easily call me and say, listen, because now
but before they don't know Professor Grip. They all they know is the drug dealer and they community.
Okay.
Because again, as much as we want to say we have access to all of this, the average 14, 15-year-old dude that grow up in Florida, that grow up in Louisiana, all they know is the niggas around them.
Exactly.
They don't know how. Man, I don't know how to work them computers. You know how many times I heard that?
Yeah, I know.
Man, I don't know that shit. Hey, dog, this all I know. I know. On my
That's not true.
Right. I know I'm gonna fuck some bitches later on.
Yeah, that's the mentality.
That's
exactly
until you crack one of these open, until you can get the warriors tactic.
That's why I put the book together the way I put it together, to speak to that dude.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? And
we gotta speak their language. That's why I feel like Nipsey Hussle was so important because everybody, it's the Nipsey bandwagon now. But when you can see, and that's why Tupac, and that's why even PE was so important, because like, oh, them is cats that grew up just like me.
Right.
They embracing the thug life.
Mm-hmm.
They embracing being a 60s Crip. They embracing being neighborhood Nip. Like even, and I come from the other aspect of it. I came in and like, I don't want people I don't want to glorify where I came from. Where I came from. When you first heard Nick Cannon, like, that's the kid from Nickelodeon.
The little guy,
that's the kid from America's Got Talent. That's always smiling.
Yeah.
You don't know that I come from what I come from, because I never wanted to glorify, because there's entry points from every angle.
Exactly.
So I have no problem being able to sit there and be like, oh, he's the safe one, because I still know my truth. I still know my purpose.
Right.
So in saying that, I can't, just the way I don't expect people to judge me from what they may think of me.
Mm-hmm.
When I sit down and have a conversation with Kodak Black, that's not a dumb brother. Kodak Black is intelligent.
Right.
With NBA YoungBoy is intelligent. Now, they may be making some choices we may not agree with.
Right. At the age that they are.
Right. Like I said, at 18, I was on TV dressed in a dress.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And you know why? Because 2 years before that, I was trying to be a gangbanger in the hood. And 2 years before that, I grew up in projects. And you know what I mean? So I'm like,
he said this gangbanging shit ain't working out.
Yeah, it ain't working out. Let me square up. You know what I mean? And the people, you know what I mean?
I hear you.
And so to say that, I see every aspect of it. So I think as what we do, we judge each other instead of informing each other.
Right. Well, we judge one another by the categories that they fit us in.
Right.
If we was to pick our own categories,
right?
You and I greeted one another as gods,
right?
How many times they gonna let that go out on the air? How many times they gonna put that in a movie? How many times they gonna put that in the educational department?
Right.
And how many times they gonna rewrite the dictionary and don't write us in as black means despicable, disgusting, evil?
Yeah.
They're gonna rewrite the dictionary? No.
Black means God. That's what
exactly. That needs to be the T-shirt, though.
Yeah.
That needs to be the slogan.
The definition of black is God.
Exactly.
Black means God.
Exactly. So but you see, even if you ask them, that's what they would say.
Right.
Because they worship us in private, in secret.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
So, and then with the beautiful work that Runoko Rashidi and Ashwa Kwesi and other people are doing, and what's the brother's name? Tariq Nasheed with Hidden Colors.
Right. Yeah, love
in
all of
every place you go. Eugene Adams with Africans in Asia. When you start unearthing who these people are, the deeper they dig, the blacker it gets.
Okay.
That's the T-shirt, bro.
The deeper they dig,
the blacker it gets, bro.
Okay, so let me go here with you then, and I'm gonna play for the other side just for a second.
Mm-hmm.
When we get to the origin of when we say as deep as we go, and ultimately if it's all about becoming one and understanding who the original man was, and if we all come from the same thing, and the purpose here, our assignment is to love and to have understanding,
right?
And knowledge supreme, wisdom, and all this understanding ultimately is rooted in love in the core. And if that's our message to spread through the cosmos, why all of this division? Why all this compartmentalization and categorizing each other? If we're the original, if we're where it started, if they want what we have, and ultimately what we have to give is love, why does it matter if one person is Jewish? Why does it matter if one person is Christian? Why does it matter if this person has less melanin in their skin than the other person?
I think the thing that the most honorable Elijah Muhammad said that makes them devils is the fact that they've been taught a doctrine, a teaching, coupled with the fact that you and I said they had to survive, so they did the things that they became and who they are. There was a reason why they shot the noses off Abu Al, the Sphinx.
Right.
Different people called it different things.
They put it in the back of the museum.
Exactly. There's a reason why they destroyed the woman when they saw the black man and woman side by side in Egypt. There was a reason why they took certain information, stole it, copied it, put their names on it. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
They never wanted that particular information,
The image of God.
exactly, to get out. If that image of God got out,
Right.
how would they survive genetically on a planet being the inferior?
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
You cannot do what they've done on the planet in such a short period of time, being the inferior.
Well, why does it all matter? If we're talking about the source, if we're getting to the source of it all, of the original man and the original purpose is to spread love, is to awaken and enlighten everyone. Why does it matter?
There was love in my family. My dad was there, my mom was there, my brother was there, my sister was there. Instinctively, we all knew our roles. I wasn't trying to be my dad.
Right.
My dad's my dad.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
In the human family, who's not comfortable with being themselves?
Right.
We could take a look at it through that lens.
Okay.
Let's unpackage that now. You understand what I'm saying? If I'm comfortable with being myself, then I don't have to say you're evil, you're wicked. I don't have to write that in my books. I don't have to destroy your history.
I don't have to try to borrow and get something or steal yours because I'm comfortable with mine.
Exactly. I don't have to say because I'm lighter and whiter, I'm better. I don't have to do all these things. But because I don't feel comfortable in my position,
the idea of supremacy,
the idea of having to survive, I got to come up with a plan.
Okay.
You follow what I'm saying?
Right.
See, now,
if I'm not comfortable within the grand design, if I don't know my position in the grand design, then
exactly.
Right.
And the grand design included them.
It did.
It included everyone in love.
Right.
You just got to play your part, man.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
So
I wasn't trying to be my sister. Right. I didn't want to put on the dress and the purse.
So ultimately,
the pocketbook. Yeah. I didn't. Right. I wasn't trying to be mom.
Right. So the answer to the question is, we're not the ones that are creating the borders and the categories and the classification.
No,
we've been taught to think that, but ultimately it's their system.
Even though there were different tribes, we didn't carve up the land.
Right.
Can't
Tribalism was just more about we are who we are.
That was culture.
It's culture.
And the root word.
I was born right here. You were born right there. Let's exchange what I got over here.
Exactly.
And therefore, and then if there ever is any conflict, because conflict occurs, we will figure that survival of the fittest comes into play.
Right.
And then ultimately, I exist where I exist. You exist where you exist.
Right. And respect that.
Yeah. And that's all I'm asking you to do is respect my boundaries. I don't want to come. I don't want to come and take over your land.
Exactly.
We can engage, but I'm from where I'm from, and you're from where you're from.
Right. But there's some things that we have in common that we didn't even have to talk about because we didn't outright rape.
Right.
And rob.
Right.
Steal and do these things. If a couple of your cows came over and destroyed my vegetables, then somebody has to pay for that. So you got to come work this land.
Right.
Some call that slavery. No, it wasn't that. You had to prepare my crops that you destroyed.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Absolutely. Someone looked at that and says, well, look, I could take thousands and millions of them across the border, brainwash them, and I could build an entire nation for myself.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? You see, that's a child.
Right.
Not knowing its place in the human family.
Right.
And they're running rampant. Now that the parents went to sleep and been put to sleep, the children are running the house. And that's what we're seeing. The littles are running the house right now. Exactly. On all levels.
On all levels.
On the cultural level. The root word to culture is cult. Cult is not a bad word.
Ooh. Come on now.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, and then when you look at occult, just means hidden.
Right. Right.
If you didn't put on the turban and whatever, I don't know what culture you from.
Right. Facts.
If you didn't call yourself Nick Cannon, but you went by one of your original names, one of your original tribe.
Right.
It's like it's all love. But see, they can't respect that.
They can't respect
You know why? Because you represent a man that's woke up.
Right. Absolutely.
You understand what I'm saying?
As well as you. So, and that's where I want to dive in here real quick, because there are so many misconceptions about who Professor Griff is. There's a lot of
you don't have me crack the book open.
and I want to dig just for a moment, because we've allowed you've only been allowed to tell a portion of your story.
Right.
And then obviously we know within the media, they spin it the way that they want to spin it,
Right.
and they look at you as dangerous. They look at you on the same levels of someone that may need to be silenced in those COINTELPRO type of scenarios. But even like to the idea, like people don't know that one, you're a veteran.
Right.
You
I
were
was in the military, right.
You were the police.
I was military police, right.
So,
and I worked in prison.
Right.
Right.
So coming from, Long Island, coming from someone who, like, even I would even ask this question: are you proud to be an American? Are you proud to be to be from the land that you are from? And who is Professor Griff in America today?
No, I'm not proud to be an American. I don't want no part of this.
Pride.
I don't have that pride. I'm not prideful about being from this particular country. Right. I'm glad that I came back to connect with my brothers and sisters here in America that was here long before Chris and the boys got here, and long before America Vespucci, long before all of them people got here. We were already here.
Right, exactly.
You understand what I'm saying? So I'm glad to come back and
there's
see
a difference between pride and glad. That's always like the
exactly.
You can be glad to be, but you don't have to have pride in it.
Exactly.
Pride, there's a lot of ego within it.
Right. We're forced to defend this land, a land that we can't even grow crops in to feed on. Thank you for the rest of them, but that's another story.
That's another Candace class.
Exactly. But I'm saying to you, no, I have tribal pride. My father's Blackfoot Native American.
Okay.
All right. I got greater than the tribe, though. The greater tribe, Black people. Mm-hmm. I have pride, and I'm proud to say I'm connected to all of the carbon, copper, melanated people across the globe.
Come on now.
And we have something in common.
Yeah. And that goes back to what we were talking about, to the people who don't have that, who have a deficiency in that, who want more of the melanin.
Exactly. And the way they see about getting the melanin is going through, please don't get offended, sisters, going through the Black woman. The only way they can enter into the hereafter is through the Black woman, by dropping and planting that seed.
That's not true.
You might need to find you a brother that you seriously, that can be your complement.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? And then we get into colorism.
Yeah.
And these seats,
the lighter and the darker. Right. Who has more melanin in that?
You set that in motion with the Willie Lynch letter.
Right.
See, but every time they see any glimpse of us coming back to ourselves, to connect back to the self. And then I think my wife said it better. Shout out to Soleil.
Right.
She says it's the journey of the self, through the self, back to the self.
Right.
So if you understand that dynamic, it's like, wow, okay, I've been knocked upside the head, put to sleep. I was a god then. Right. I've been put to sleep. Now I'm waking up. I don't even realize I'm a god, but I'm settling on being a nigga.
Right.
No, see, that's the journey of the self. Right. Now I got to get back to the self. So guess what happens with these books?
Right.
I got to introduce Tay Tay and Twan and Peanut and Day Day them back to themselves. Guess who gives me the most opposition? The same people I'm trying to wake up.
Exactly.
Who's the dude pulling the gun on me, wanting to rob me? Who's the dude that shot the window out of the car I was in? I'm going on my way to Vegas from LA.
Right.
Who are the people that burned my house down right here on the west end of Atlanta? Who are the people that poisoned me with the drink? Who are the people that made me impotent?
Me.
The same people I'm trying to save.
Right.
Here I am, can't walk, can't pissing blood, and all this other kind of stuff for 6 months.
Right.
Because of what? Because I'm speaking the truth. I'm like, wow. So to a degree, I understand people saying the government came after Nipsey. I understand because I lived it.
Right. Right.
For telling the truth, but getting thrown under the bus by the rest of the brothers.
Ultimately, it was the concept.
Exactly. The idea that, wait a minute.
Let me brainwash and desensitize this brother so much that I can turn him against his own that's trying to enlighten.
Exactly. But I'm going to say this and take it how the people want to take it. There's some people walking around here right now that never thought I'd see this day. And this is dangerous for them.
Too dangerous.
You know why? Because, wow, Nick doing the damn thing. Yo, Nick this, he got the platform, whatever. But Griff?
Right.
Like, why are you letting that? He's stop that, man.
Stop that.
You can't find one thing on any program on or offline where I disrespect not only Jewish people, but gay people. I don't have that conversation like that.
Because you don't have that in your spirit.
It's not in my spirit because it's all love.
Right. So how is that message so misconstrued? Because we know why they do it. We know why we know that we seen COINTELPRO. We seen that they believe that we are dangerous when we unite.
But Nick, let me ask you. So let's just be frank and upfront and real. Let's act like these cameras are not even on.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me you think they would allow a man like Professor Griff to strive, survive, and be successful in front of young black men not on drugs, not gay? I don't eat swine. I don't eat meat. I'm a vegan. I got a beautiful wife. I'm taking care of my family. Blah blah blah. You think they want that image to get out?
Okay, so let me ask you this then. Why am I allowed to do it? Because I want to be like Griff.
But no,
I look at you and say,
but we can't like
me. Right. So, but I'm allowed. I've made a lot of money in this. I have a large platform as you speak. And I want to give brothers like yourself the opportunity to do it. And that's when they always say, "Oh, we gotta protect Nick Cannon." Or it's any minute they coming to get him. Or even if people want to say, "Oh, well, the government gave him lupus." I done seen all of the comments and the craziness and all of that. But I'm allowing myself, or I've been allowed to shine. I've been allowed to spread the light and say, I wear my turban on NBC. I say NBC stands for nigga be careful, and I walk away from tens of millions of dollars and then go create something even bigger and still get to and allowed to stand my ground and have character and have purpose.
All I can say is you're a dangerous man.
That's what Dick Gregory said.
You're a dangerous man.
They coming to get you, but it's only because I stand on the shoulders of brothers like you. I learned from you.
But how many people actually say that though, Nick? Come on, bro.
But it's the truth.
No, let me tell you something. And the people watching this will know this is rare. People don't invite me to shit. Well, have you seen me on a documentary film? Never.
Right.
So when they say, Mr. G says, "Yo, Nick want to meet you in blah 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 blah," and Dr. Sabi thing in the Nipsey, I'm like, "You sure?"
Yeah.
Mr. G will tell you, I'm like, "Yo, you sure?" You understand what I'm saying? He's like, "Yeah, man, dude, it's real." I'm like, all right.
But I was like too much is given, much is required. I was given these opportunities to be, one, because of brothers like you.
Okay.
But then two, because I gotta pass it on to the next. I'd be doing a disservice if I came and got the bag, got all the money, and got all the information and kept it to myself.
I talked about it in the book. It's karmic debt.
Right.
We owe
karmic debt.
The karmic debt. And what you're doing is an example of what I'm about, paying it forward.
Right.
You're not gonna run into Harriet Tubman at Whole Foods, bro. So you cannot hit her off with paying her grocery bill. But you can pass it forward to a sister.
Right.
That's the next Harriet Tubman. Karmic debt.
It's our duty.
Let's pay it forward.
It's our privilege.
Exactly.
And that's the only way we will survive. And that's what I mean. And I feel like I've had the opportunity to sit with brothers like Dick Gregory. You know what I mean? And
I sat with him several times.
He said before he transitioned, he's like, he said it, I'm passing it to you.
Yeah.
He's like, now you got to go do what I couldn't do. And he said the same thing. He's like, man, you dangerous. I don't know. I don't understand. He's like, they wouldn't let me do what you doing.
Oh, no, they wouldn't let me do it either, bro. And they kicked me out of a damn hip hop group. So imagine.
Right.
On a television show.
But it's the same information. The information you've given me, the information Dick Gregory gave me, Harry Belafonte, Quincy Jones, all of these people that I got a chance to sit at their foot and soak up game. And now I can dissect it and regurgitate it out to the littles in these short form ways, whether it's Cannon's Class, whether it's Wildin' Out, whether it's whatever I'm doing, whether it's Nickelodeon, to the little one, to my kids.
Right.
I'm still giving them that game. You a god, you powerful, you a superhero.
Right.
You know what I mean? Everybody likes this Marvel concept now of the idea, but that they don't understand that originated with us. They getting a little bit of it. They giving them the Wakandas. They giving it a little, but ultimately, if all I'm talking about is the essence of who we actually are and expressing that light, as dangerous as it may be,
right,
it's the truth.
Right. And even this morning, man, I'm getting dressed. I'm like, I gotta bring this brother a gift, man. I'm thinking of a necklace. I'm like, and I just said, but then I put my comic book in the car, and it's based on a Public Enemy song called "Who Stole the Soul."
Ooh.
And I'm like, that's it.
Appreciate
who stole the soul? Why are we so out of sync? You understand what I'm saying? Why is it that We're following the Gregorian calendar, throwing our whole time signature off.
That ain't even ours.
It's not.
And it goes back to the Dr. Sebi of it all. Like it ain't even as you call. I love it. It's like it's not about a diet. It's about a living.
It's a living, yeah.
And Dr. Sebi always said that when they brought us over here to America, they didn't bring our food with us.
Right. We tried to hide seeds, man.
Yeah.
That's what it's about now.
Because it's different.
Exactly. The thing that's gonna keep us
agriculture
alive will kill them.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
The foods that vibrate on a high level, the minerals and that kind of thing. And
it goes back to what I'm saying. We soak up the sun. We get power from the sun.
We process it.
They die on the sun.
Exactly.
The sun kills them.
Exactly.
It empowers us.
Right. With a high form of alchemy, we turn that into, we can get melanated and mellow at night. But when we serious, we get in that sun, we get turned up and lit. You understand what I'm saying? Because we got the melanin to do that, man.
Right.
Yeah, and a pineal gland that allows us to astroplane and do all the things that we do.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But they don't get that.
So brothers were saying, yeah, I'm having trouble with this. Blah, blah, blah. I said, bro, sit still for a minute. Take the jewelry off because you're interrupting the frequency.
Yeah.
Pick your hair out.
Right.
Stop dying and frying it. And just sit quiet for a second. It'll come to you.
It'll come to you.
It'll come to you.
That piece is there.
Exactly, man. It's there.
Man. So I mean, we done tapped into a whole lot, and I know the internet gonna go crazy. It's gonna definitely be some stuff that goes viral.
Yeah.
Even once they see us sitting down,
the mere fact that we're sitting together having a conversation, man. You understand? What I'm saying? Dressed in the black robes.
Right.
Who are the other people with the black robes that's faking it though? They wrote the thing and they said it, not me.
Right.
They have a secret covenant, not me.
Right.
They plan to poison the water, poison the toothpaste, set up chemical plants and all this kind of stuff, bringing us down to our knees.
All there.
It's all there. I laid it out.
It's all there.
So even if the Creator called me home tomorrow, I said, listen, I did my part, and I'll be happy.
Right.
I'm going smiling. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Like Marcus Garvey said, I'm coming back.
Right.
Not only in the whirlwind, I'm coming back in the water. I'm coming back in your consciousness. I'm serious.
Energy
man.
never dies.
It never dies. It's constant. It
Right.
just changes form. It's interchangeable.
Right. And that's what you said. When we on the same frequency, the power that we can do.
Exactly.
It's out of here. Hey, well, I appreciate this session. It's definitely an honor. One of my favorite canon classes that we've had.
Really appreciate
so much knowledge.
But no, you dropped the jewels. It's like I'm sitting there like, okay.
And it's out there. It is the truth.
Right.
That's the thing. So we do it in an unapologetic way.
That was definitely a lot for me. Definitely a lot for me to take in.
Yeah, man, it's pretty interesting, man. It's good stuff, man. Link in the chat room, man. You guys a little minute to come in. Nah, man, we're gonna get ready to start winding this thing down. But really interesting, man. Like I said, man, like when we get into the truth, we gotta stop with the whole slave narrative. Like I know niggas is attached to it, but it doesn't make sense. It's stupid. You know what I mean? But just the whole inferiority complex. Once again, they push the Willie Lynch syndrome. Okay, these people created this. This is all psychological warfare. Beating the biggest one. You know what I'm saying? It's military strategy. It has nothing to do with slave master and this whole concept. We were the masters. We owned the land. That didn't get changed until after the Civil War. The abolitionists who they had us rooting for, right? Denzel Washington in glory, fighting the free niggas in the South, right? They never told us that they was lying to us, that we were fighting for our own land, and that they were abolishing our family businesses, our family dynasties in an agricultural society. In an agricultural society, guess what reigns supreme? land ownership, owning land, and we owned more land than everybody else. Native Americans, which is a new thing, did not get land taken away from them by the millions of acres. Asian Americans didn't get land taken away from them. European Americans didn't get land taken away from them by the millions of acres because they're the ones taking millions of acres. They're doing homesteading to their own people. They're coming over here in the late 1800s, going into the 1900s. Why are we acting surprised? This is bullshit. And if we're going to stop living in the past, okay, well, let's deal with what we can deal with right now. Stop pushing shit in the past. Oh, well, this happened to us. What didn't happen to here? We didn't do it to you. Why are we paying reparations? Talking about pull yourself by your bootstraps. Why don't y'all do that? In Germany, in Poland. How about that? Fuck is you talking about, Gold Black? Fuck you. How about that? And I think you bitches is too scared to say that. Y'all some bitches. So shut up. Stop talking. Just be bitches. Don't come on here talking like y'all some goddamn men. Do that. Stop talking. That's what I'm tired of. I'm tired of these grown ass rich niggas scared to death. And listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I had to think about this today, right? If there's no more paper money, all y'all gonna bow down. Think about it. They could turn your card off, turn your cell phone off at any time. You are beholden to these people if everything goes digital.
Oh, they just froze.
Okay, so this is terrible. So you mean to tell me there's people be like, well, how do they be taking people money? They just freeze your accounts, freeze your assets. So what's the old boy name? What's the boy? Alex Jones, they just froze his account. Yeah, they gonna need that B about you, oh Alex. They gonna need that B about you, buddy.
Basic needs,
terrible.
Regular shit.
Terrible.
And you can't move the money outside of the United States.
Man, listen, man. Man, listen, man. I don't know about y'all, man, but that's getting crazy. Yeah, man, that's crazy. But we were just talking about that, though, as far as them, these people don't have control over their money. They do something wrong, Gold Black call the bank on them. Hey, Bank of America, Chase, these guys are being anti-Semitic. They're hurting our feelings. What did they do? Well, it's like, when somebody's smoking and they have, lung cancer and stuff, they just make up shit. Man, tell us what was wrong. Tell us what Griff M said was wrong. Please, that was a very conscientious conversation. I want to know what the fuck. Like, they never come out and say, hey, Nick Cannon, this is what you did wrong. Because if Nick Cannon had did such bad, that was a long-ass conversation, y'all. A long, thorough-ass conversation. They really went into some shit. If they were so mad at Nick Cannon, why does he still have all his shows? Like, they were swift with it, though. They had suspended his shows and all this other shit. I'm still trying to ask the question, why don't they ever articulate what somebody actually said? I really want to know. Can somebody explain to me what was said that was anti-Semitic in that Cannon class?
What did Dave say last night?
Yo, they mad at Dave too, by the way. Old Gold Black, he had it, man. I'm gonna read something that Gold Black said in a second, y'all. Old Gold Black, man, fuck you, man. Real talk. I want to call his ass. I'm trying to call him tomorrow, I promise. I'm gonna call his ass tomorrow. Like, yo, you like calling motherfuckers? I'm gonna call his bitch ass tomorrow. I swear to God, I'm calling this nigga tomorrow. We gonna start calling their ass like they like to call people. Start applying pressure like them. Hey, in the same way, if there's companies and shit like that, shouldn't we be calling their CEOs? Should we be calling? Can we make these same phone calls? If you guys got stock in Walmart or any of these companies, Nike, Adidas, everything, get rid of them. Fuck them people, man. We about to start turning up on everybody, bro. And niggas, we gotta stop being the source of our own fucking problem. Real talk. Miss Me, you got the floor. I know I'm going in. Well, this is crazy to me. Niggas is terrible.
I'm overwhelmed. I don't really even know what to say.
Yeah, man. Hey, man, peace to everybody, man. It's Sister Bethy in the building, nonetheless. Smoke Signal, Richie Taylor III. What else we got up in here, man? Peace to everybody, man. Like I said, man, we just kicking back. Put a little background music on, man, for the tribe. That's terrible, man. Y'all, I ain't gonna lie, that shit terrible, man. These people terrible, man. I'm sorry. I don't know, man. They gotta be stopped at this point. Real shit. It's the GOAT. Well, I'm definitely gonna call on Jonathan Goldblatt and ask him. I wanted to talk to him. I'm asking you a question, man. Like, what's going on? Like, I really need to know, like, why you keep throwing all this old funny shit around? It's not anti-Christian, guys. Leo Frankenism. That's what you guys are doing. And we're tired of it. And guess what? And we have the right to speak and say the shit that we want to say. I heard this German guy, 93 minutes. I don't even know if I can play something talking about they were asking about violence and stuff like that. He said, I denounce violence on social forums. I tell it to everybody. And he said, paraphrasing basically, how are they judging a person speaking the truth in a world that's ran by creeps? Something like that, Something like that, right? How y'all gonna judge me? So fight back when the world is ran by creeps. That's a fact. Like, what's his name? Harvey Weinstein asked me, and that's what it is, y'all. Stop acting like everybody don't know what the fuck is going on, though. That's what's so crazy to me. Like anybody else would be doing some rituals on babies and shit like that or whatever, motherfuckers would have a fucking problem. So stop telling us like this shit's supposed to happen. Please stop. This is what I'm saying, y'all. This is what I'm talking about right here. For our people, man. And we are complicit in our own demise. And we gotta stop worshiping bitch ass stuff. Period. There's no more. I swear to God. Yeah, man. Peace everybody, man. Like I said, man, we ain't gonna be here too much longer. Peace everybody, man. Real spit. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. 1 2 1 2. Let's go. Hey, so yeah, man, we gotta stop the disfranchisement, man. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's about. Disfranchising us from our land, man. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Michael King Jr. said that we were in exile on our own land. I mean, what that mean? Like, come on, man. Like, they come up with all the things, man. We're the American Aborigines. This is our land. We've been here. We came here. Just from this soil. We didn't come here on no boats from Africa. No, we're not Africans. Stop calling us African Americans. Stop the anti-Americanism. Stop the Leo Frankenism. Okay? Please stop. Please stop the bullshit. Stop the hate. Stop the lies. Stop the deceit. Because ultimately, we're not going to be. Ultimately, we're about to stop protecting you fucks. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Because them other ones don't really give a fuck about it. Y'all know that. Y'all been hiding behind us using all the, the hate, crime. Yeah. That's what y'all been doing, man. Y'all been using us, man. Push y'all agendas. Oh, civil rights. Who was that for? That's what be killing me. Niggas be acting brand new, like y'all don't know what the hell going on. It's like, okay, we gotta have this cognitive dissonance. We gotta act like we don't know what's going on. Because we ultimately not gonna do nothing about it anyway. See what I'm saying? That's ultimately what they say. We're not gonna do nothing about it anyway. So I might as well try to duck our head in the sand. You know what I'm saying? That's what I see, man. Gotta call it how I see What is a video? So this is called a racial plan for the 20th century. Let me pull this up. I'm gonna read this to you guys. It says, you must realize, okay, this is by Israel Cohen, 1912. Israel Cohen, okay? We must realize that our party's most powerful weapon is racial tension. Check it out. They said we must realize, this is Israel Cohen, that our party's most powerful weapon is racial tension. By propounding into the consciousness of the dark races that for centuries they have been oppressed by the whites, we can mold them to the program of the Communist Party. In the program of the Communist Party, okay, hold on. In America, we will aim for subtle victory while inflaming the Negro minority against the whites. we will endeavor to instill in the whites a guilt complex for the exploitation of the Negroes. We will aid the Negroes to rise in prominence in every walk of life, in the professions and in the world of sports and entertainment. With this prestige, the Negro will be able to intermarry with the whites and begin a process which will deliver America to our cause. That's a racial plan for the 20th century by Israel Cohen, 1912. Sheesh. Y'all see this shit? We ain't made it up. There you go, right there. Look at it. Look at that. Israel Cohen. Somebody need to beat him down like Israel got beat down last night. You know what I'm talking about? Catch one of them fools just like that. Beat the brakes off his ass. Him and Vlad. Oh, somebody already beat the brakes off Vlad. My bad. I'm Rick Ross. Stop thinking about that right now. Terrible. Terrible. I mean, ain't that about what they doing? And is that the playbook though? That's the whole playbook right there in a nutshell. Damn. You know what I'm saying? So, man, we're gonna get up out of here. So, it's Miss Me. You want to say something before we get up out of here?
Huh?
I
said I want to just I can truly say me for my side, but I'm appreciate that.
Appreciate that. Appreciate you coming as well. Sharing the screen. We appreciate you. Appreciate you guys tapping in tonight too, man. So yeah, man, we're gonna get ready to get up out of here. We can rap more about this tomorrow, man. Whole Dave Chappelle thing and everything. So we're gonna talk about it, see what's going on. So yeah, man, we're gonna get up out of here, man. Appreciate all the love. And thank you guys for liking, sharing, and supporting the channel, man. We really appreciate it, man. We're gonna get up out of here. It's the GOAT. We out. It's the GOAT.
Cut, you killing them. I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal.
Exes ain't the same no more. Don't give a fuck about their name no more.
Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 I'm from the hood. I'm still waking up my people.
That's right.
When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us.
How you gonna refute that? How?
Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us.